arrived into the arena.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The first frame, Ronnie O'Sullivan to break. Put your cameras away now, please. Yes.
Oh, it's Ronnie O'Sullivan then who's getting this final underway. Breaking off right-handed. He normally breaks off with his left hand. He was just checking with the referee how many frames they were playing. They're playing 8 in this afternoon's session. Should be fascinating, John.
Should be a classic, Dennis. We just we'll find a lot more out as the afternoon unfolds, but I do think this first session is very, very important. Certainly where Mark Selby's concerned. If he can get off to a good start and show Ronnie that he's playing at his best, and it's going to be very tough for him today, he'll stand much more of a chance.
Oh, that's a nice nudge. The gesture from Leicester when he came into the arena. Well, with Rob Walker, our MC, they're going to have to put a bit of practice in with that handshake, John. Well, there's the total points. There's only 10 points separating these players. Now that is very close indeed, quite incredible really. Let's have a look at the safety success rate, both in the 80s, so that's fairly close. Mark Selby just slightly ahead. And look at that, both players in the 90s, 92 to Mark, 93 to Ronnie. And there's not a lot of difference in their highest break as well. So that tells you how close it could be. Is that going to be the case?
Well, that little nudge on the green that we mentioned, Dennis, has become pretty handy for Mark Selby. Ronnie's escape from the snooker there just clipped the red and has set it up for the corner pocket, so no problem for Mark Selby to knock this in.
One.
Just overscrewed that slightly, but lots of interested spectators. But there's Vicky, Mark's girlfriend. A nice little smile. Thank you, Vicky. It's going to be a fascinating day for everyone here at the Wembley Arena.
Yeah, she does very well to watch, I think. I'd be a bag of nerves myself, Dennis. I've had such a personal involvement, so very good that she can do that.
Yeah, it's worse for the close relatives and family and girlfriends than it is when you're out there yourself, because you're just focusing on what you've spent years learning how to do. Now this is an early risk going into the bunch with pace when potting this. Hasn't worked out. Just a little bit more pace and he would have been on the pink there.
Mark Selby, 4.
It's okay that one of the toughest shots in the game when you've got the full table when you're near the bottom cushion to play that shot is very difficult. This was the shot that Mark played on the yellow. Played it with a lot of topspin and just come up a little bit short. Had the white have carried on. There's Hawkeye giving you a sort of indication of where he would have finished with a little bit more pace.
I'd hate to play that Hawkeye, Dennis, wouldn't you? Never plays a bad shot.
I just hope, John, that both players continue in the final the way they've played throughout this year's matches, because they both deserve to be there. They've played some superb snooker.
Yes, quite unusually for Mark Selby. He actually got over the line yesterday without having to go to a final frame decider. He had a 6-5 over Ricky Walden, 6-5 over Mark Allen, and then yesterday 6-2 over John Higgins. And Ronnie, well, he had a 6-5 against Joe Perry in his first match, and then after that he's been absolutely superb. 6-2 over Ali Carter. And then, of course, yesterday 6-1 over the world number 2, Stephen Maguire. Fabulous performance last night.
That's what Ronnie's faced with there, and it's the red, the left side of the table as you look at it. If he plays off the one just past the blue, he could cannon into the one on the left side of the table. That's why he's not attempting that particular safety shot. Double kiss is always on when you try that. And even if the red doesn't go into the left corner, he can still take the one that Ronnie cannoned into. Well, that is a possibility, but you'd need to be right behind it. I think the other one, even though it's a slightly more difficult putt, might be his choice. He's looking at this red from both ends of the table.
I always thought when you had a shot like this, though, Dennis, looking from behind the pocket really wasn't much good, was it? You know, you could stand behind the pocket and more or less make any angle you feel like, but Hawkeye reckons it's very, very tight, and it certainly is.
Hawkeye reckons it'll go. Right again, Hawkeye.
One.
There is a possible pot into the middle pocket. It's a very difficult one. In fact, he's not even looking at it. In fact, it probably doesn't pot. He just got the extra 7 points there, so just up past the blue and brown to get close to the ball cushion.
Mark Selby 8.
Bit careless to cannon the blue there.
Chance of a slightly more attacking safety shot from Ronnie here. Just come past the pink, hit them slightly thicker. Get the cue ball down into the balk area. Well played.
It was mentioned earlier that Ronnie's got the better of Mark Selby in the matches played. This Hawkeye just spins around and shows you what Mark's faced with. 4 wins to 2, Ronnie leads, but their longer matches have both gone to a deciding frame. Semi-final of the UK Championship, Ronnie won that one 9-8. But in the final of the Welsh last year, Mark Selby won 9-8. So their long matches have been close. That's a clever little shot. Just holds his hand up in acknowledgement of that little bit of good fortune there.
Safety shot for Ronnie here if he can leave the cue ball somewhere near the brown. It'll certainly cover half of the table. And if it goes somewhere near the yellow as well, could be a lot of trouble for Mark Selby. That area, yellow-brown, is where you'd like to leave the cue ball.
I think he's just covered the one. Ronnie had a long, hard look. If he can get through to it, there's a possibility he could get on the black, and I think he can pot it, John.
Yes, the safety shot was a little too thin, Dennis. Did try to get that cue ball over more towards the brown, but this is a good opportunity for Mark Selby.
To stay on the black, he'd have to be so precise. Be interesting to see if he attempts that. Well, he's been rather fortunate there because he missed the pot by a long way, and he's done well to leave things fairly safe. He could quite easily have put Ronnie right in amongst them there. You could see a little movement in the cue there when he delivered it. But rather fortunate. You can expect a little bit of tension, the opening frame of a final.
Yes, Mark himself on the couple of occasions he's been into the studio this week, Dennis, has said that he's found it very difficult to settle down early on in the matches. Yesterday with John Higgins in his semi-final, the first session was very scrappy. But he said later on, once he knocked a few balls in the second session of that match, it was business as usual.
Mind you, don't want to let a player like this get a couple of frames ahead of you.
This is what I said earlier about the importance of this opening session. You know, against anybody you want a good start, but particularly against Ronnie O'Sullivan, because if he starts getting 2 or 3 frames ahead, it's like trying to stop a runaway train.
He studied this pot into the middle pocket. It's a difficult one. It's a risky one. He's thought for well over a minute. And it's there. The black was hampering him. He thought for a minute and 20 seconds, and he certainly made the right choice.
Deserves everything he gets off this break for that shot.
Seven. Eight.
I always say it's about focus with Ronnie, and he did look very focused as he came into the arena. Got a terrific round of applause, but didn't acknowledge too much. He just walked straight to his seat, and even that fluke, when Mark acknowledged it, no expression from Ronnie, so he looks to be really up for this.
14.
I suppose the £150,000 first prize will make you concentrate a bit.
That'll do it.
15.
I know a lot has been made about the new cue, but it's for people that don't play the game of snooker. It's not like a golf club or a tennis racket, just changing it. It's an extension of your right arm, and as Ken Doherty was saying, he's played with the same cue for 25 years. Most professionals use one cue throughout most of their career. It is remarkable to pick a cue up and play like this. It really is.
Yes, we've actually been sent an email from one of Ronnie's friends who said a couple of years ago he popped round to his house and He said, come on, we'll have a frame of snooker.
23.
And Ronnie didn't actually have his own cue. Picked one out of the rack. Soft tip, big fat, horrible cue, he said. And at 136 break, first shot. I think you might call it talent.
30. $31.
I think one of the two reds that are next to the pink is available. Yeah, it's definitely available. The one to the left certainly pots.
38.
There you see it.
39.
I think the very nature of this tournament suits Ronnie O'Sullivan, Dennis. He can come and play his match. And not too long a journey to go back home every day when he's finished playing. He's not like he's at the venue at Sheffield and stays there for 17 days. Sometimes Ronnie can lose a little bit of focus, but coming in and playing his match and going home for a few days after his first round
45.
has definitely suited him. And then he's been coming in just playing the one match every day. And I really do think this Masters is a tournament that's set up for him.
Well, he is going for his fourth win.
$46.
Just starting to get a little bit more difficult now to go on and clinch this opening frame.
53.
But it's a good start.
$54.
So it's an early liftoff for the rocket. Mark Selby had the first chance, longish red, just cued across it.
61.
I think everyone thought he'd got away with it, but Ronnie picked that one out to the middle pocket after thinking for a minute and 20 seconds, and this is the result.
$62.
That was the miss, just cued across it slightly.
$68.
And that was the very difficult pot into the middle. Oh!
Ronnie O'Sullivan.
He's
68.
missed a sitter with his left hand. Okay. It's going to be very difficult. The difference is 56. But that red would have definitely finished this opening frame.
The other thing it does, Dennis, of course, is give Mark Selby a chance just to get more acclimatised to the conditions in the table and knock a few balls round. Even if he doesn't manage to win the frame, he's getting a little bit of practice, which at the start of the match can be very important.
8.
I think he possibly just eased up the fact that he knew Mark needed a snooker, but I've seen frames won from this position on many an occasion. Had to get a high valued colour. It's going towards the corner pocket. This could be the end of frame.
9.
Black must go in.
$16.
2 4-point snookers required at the moment. Green's out of commission, but the yellow and brown are pretty well placed. Black's the other good ball. Blue and pink not easy to get snookers behind.
Mark Selby. 16.
is a snooker. If he comes off the side cushion, got to be careful he doesn't go in off the red, depending on the contact he makes with it. You always want the colour close to a cushion, you know, about 12 inches away from the cushion makes it easier to attempt the snookers.
Had a look to see if that would cut in the middle pocket, decided it wouldn't, so the safety shot.
Ronnie will be a bit reluctant to bring the green into play. You want to keep it on the cushion. He could play the red onto the green and back up behind the black, but he doesn't want to move the green too far. And he hasn't. A double kiss has kept the green safe.
Yes, clever little shot that, Dennis, wasn't it? Knew full well he was going to get the double kiss on it. And kept it on the ball cushion.
You can see that movement in Mark Selby's head there. It's just a mannerism he has. And he may have found the gap here. He might be able to pot this red. Had to play it with a touch aside. Now that's put the brown in a much better position for the possibility of getting in behind. Well, he's looked to see if he could cut it past the brown, but it's far too thin. Might be able to get close to a snooker here.
Yes, I think he's got a pretty good angle just to play the red up and down the table. I think he'll miss the green and drop the white in behind the brown. Just having a look there, Mark Selby, just to see if the green was in the way. And of course, then, he's had a choice. He could play a screw shot and and get behind the brown, but it looks pretty much like if he does a plain ball, he could get up behind the brown. I played a little drag shot, which is another alternative.
It's pretty straightforward to get out of this. There's not enough room to go around the back of the red. He's come off the back cushion here. It would be very unlucky to go around the back of that red, so it's an easy escape. The red had been slightly further away from the cushion, could quite easily have sneaked round the back of it. This is where you sit in your seat as far as Ronnie's concerned, and you're thinking, I should have just rolled that red in and we'll be halfway through the second frame.
Absolutely. You're thinking to yourself, you know, you don't get paid for overtime, and you've give yourself some in the opening frame. But got to concentrate on every shot. As you quite rightly said, Dennis, frames have been won from this position before.
Of course, the other thing that it does, you've got yourself into stroke, you've made the 68 break, you're very fluent. Now you've got to play quite a bit of tactical play. So just for that few minutes, you lose your rhythm. You've got to start all over again. That's a smile there.
Certainly wasn't how he played it. Just be careful here with your cueing, Ronnie. Make sure you don't touch the green or anything silly like that.
Just going back to after making a 68 break, then having to play quite a few safety shots. That's the difference between the great players, isn't it, John? They're able to do that. They can knock in a frame-winning break, and then they can have quite a long tactical battle as soon as they get the chance to produce the goods again.
Is he trying to stick on this and send the red up the table? That was always the problem. The red coming back and hitting the black. So this should be end of the first frame. Drop this one in. I'm sure there'll be a concession from Mark Selby.
1.
He won't bother about missing the pink.
Frame.
Mark Selby
Ronnie
stays in
O'Sullivan.
his seat. It's been a good start for the 3 times Masters champion. That earlier break of 68 paved the way for him, and he leads 1-0.
It looks methodical compared to Ronnie, so probably Ronnie has this problem with everybody looking like a cart horse compared to him. But actually, Mark Selby, when he gets around the table and gets in the zone, I think he's a very attractive player to watch as a snooker player. Fascinating how he goes about it in a different way to Ronnie O'Sullivan. But you know, we've sort of half nicknamed him the Hoover. He just sucks the balls up, and he really is fascinating to watch. He's a predator at the table.
He is indeed. Okay, frame 2.
Well, not the best break off from Mark Selby, that's for sure. Giving Ronnie a very good opening red to have a knock at here.
Well, if Mark Selby's known as the Hoover, John, I think Ronnie O'Sullivan would have to nickname him Super Dyson, because he doesn't take long at sweeping them up.
A little bit betwixt and between with his positional play here. Obviously not got a great angle on the blue, gone a little bit too far for that, and just off straight on the yellow. Well played. Some of these shots that he plays, he makes them just look so easy, Dennis, doesn't he? They just,
3.
you know, just off centre, punched it through, widened the angle. Perfect.
Four.
And immediately up to the business end of the table. Got himself onto the black. Not a good bunch to go into from
11.
the black, the way they're sitting there.
12.
Tried to develop a couple of reds, but it hasn't made a great deal of difference there. It's not a straightforward chance just yet. All depends on this next shot. He's got an angle on the black to play a cannon. He's just making his mind up to see which of the reds he should cannon onto. Played a delicate little one. Has he held it, or has he gone just a bit too far?
19.
Just okay. Yep.
Well, wants to leave himself a half ball, and that's exactly what he's done. Has a choice here. He's got 3 reds on the left-hand side that he can play for, or he could play into the pack, Dennis.
Well, knowing Ronnie, man, you never know with Ronnie. Most of the time, he'd play the cannon straight onto the pink full ball. Other times, he'll just decide to pick them off. Depends how he feels. Didn't catch the pink full ball. Needs a bit of good fortune.
25.
Just watch the white. It's caught the pink on the thin side. That was the reason he didn't spread them around the table.
And when you play that shot and you don't hit it right, Dennis, you think to yourself, why didn't I play on the 3 loose reds?
Well, this is the type of red he knocked in the opening frame and made 68 off it. That just shows you how tough the shots are.
O'Sullivan, 25.
I'd forgotten about that Welsh final when Ronnie said at his interview afterwards that he was getting a bit bored. I think he was just a little bit out of order there, Ronnie, because Mark Selby made a remarkable comeback from 8-5 to beat him 9-8, and I think Ronnie should have just held his hand up and congratulated Mark on that occasion. But that's Ronnie, and that's why he's fascinating to listen to. That's why he's fascinating to watch. So maybe that's why there's a little bit of needle, maybe.
There's Hawkeye's view. And Ronnie's just asking Jan Verhaest just to have a look at where the ball's positioned, because he's going to play a thin shot here. So he wants Jan to know exactly where that cue ball is in case he doesn't quite make any contact.
Very good. Excellent shot.
Outstanding.
In the safety department, it doesn't get much better than that, John.
Shot of the match so far.
And this is going to be equally as difficult. Thin off this red. There's another cracker. It was nice to see a very generous round of applause for that. Well, for both players with their tactical play at the moment. The crowd are certainly enjoying this. Nice to see the big breaks, but it's nice to have a mixture. Wow, look at that. There wasn't much sticking out there, was there?
Another excellent safety shot from O'Sullivan. There's the one before. Fabulous. Just to get that perfect contact. Right back on the line. You can see his cue there just coming away exactly where he wanted it to finish. And of course he's just played another one, Dennis, and this is a real tester for Mark Selby. Got to make sure he misses balls here.
Well, he didn't miss those balls, as you mentioned, John, and he's left one to the middle pocket. So Ronnie O'Sullivan wins that tactical battle there.
One.
Delicate little cannon required here. If he plays the cannon on that red would do nicely. It would open things up. Could have been better.
6.
He's got one to the middle, but I think he tried to cannon the other red, the one to the right there. So he can pot this in the middle, but he's just running away from the potting angle on the black. Gonna have to use the other red, and that's difficult.
Can't honestly see how he can get on a colour here. As he absolutely punches the red in the centre pocket and plays a cannon on the other one and runs it through. Tricky shot.
That's what he's looking at, and it really is a tricky shot.
Not so sure percentage-wise it's the right one. I know when you get a chance like this and you've cannoned into a few balls, you feel as if you deserve to be on something, but the way the match is at the moment, and he's keeping Mark Selby away from the table, I think he probably needs to keep that up. Be a bit more prudent to play the safety shot.
And that's exactly what he's going to do now. He's up to almost, well, just coming up to 1 minute and 20 seconds again of thinking time, and he's refusing the pot. I would have to agree with this choice.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 6.
Do you think Ronnie's trying in this final, John?
I think he's very focused, and I think he's trying to stamp his authority on it very quickly. Mark Selby's been coming to the table in the safety exchange, and every time he's come here he's had a headache. There's always been something that's been in the way or a problem. And here's his latest headache, courtesy of Hawkeye.
Hawkeye would give anybody a headache. I know it gives our director a bit of a headache every now and again. But it's great to have it. You know, you can show what the player's looking at from the back end of the table. It really is very clever what they can do these days.
One.
Clean pot, beautifully struck as ever. Cue ball's run a little bit further than you would have liked, but still expect him to knock this in the centre pocket.
Eight. Nine.
Well, Mark Selby has had precious little to go
16.
at in this final so far.
17.
Ronnie is not taking any undue risks. And when he's like this, he's so tough to play against.
Well, it's a pretty good recipe, Dennis, isn't it? Play the
24.
best safety shots you can play, And then when you get in, score as many points as you can. You might be dangerous to beat there.
Well, it's the way Steve Davis
25.
played throughout the 80s. He made enough to win the frame, and if he hadn't got anything on, you were playing off the baulk cushion every time. And the only way you can beat a player when they're playing like that is you've got to play a good safety shot
32.
to try and get that chance to get in.
$33.
Still got the perfect angle. He can play it back in between the pink and red if he wants here. Nice little stun shot with a bit of side. Just a slight misjudgment
40.
there. But he's already 71 ahead. There's only 67 on the table. And is he playing the double here? No, he's keeping it tight, John.
No, he's not playing the double.
40.
He's absolutely trying to keep it tight.
Well, that last shot tells you a lot about how Ronnie O'Sullivan's thinking. Yeah, it looks as if this red pots, so that's definitely the end of second frame.
1.
And I don't think he'll be playing any exhibition shots here, John. He'll just be trying to,
8.
as we say, mop them up.
I think it's A game in operation today, Dennis.
9.
And it's A game focus as well.
16. 17. 17.
First
and a frame.
careless shot from Ronnie,
Ronnie
but he won't
O'Sullivan.
be too bothered about that. Mark Selby has had precious little to go at. Ronnie O'Sullivan takes the second frame. It was a break of 40 this time, but he leads 2-0. He's so nice in the studio, Steve Davis. He's one of the biggest bullies we've ever played, John.
Yes, if he was 6-0 up, he wanted to be 9-0 up. And that's what the great champions have, that desire to keep you in your place.
Great Ray Reardon had a great knack of doing that. Walked around the table as if he owned the venue. And that's what you've got to do. Hawkeye just showing you that there's this fairly straightforward safety shot, but there's also that red there that he can pass the blue to take on. Now, this is a Mark Selby special, but he's had precious little table time. Well played.
1.
Needs to pull up. Needs to pull up. He's only going to score 6 from it.
6.
Wanted to be on the red near the black spot and didn't quite get enough side on it. That's where he wanted to finish, where the other white is there.
Mark Selby 6.
This Wembley Arena crowd have certainly enjoyed the start to this match. Maybe the Mark Selby fans not quite enjoying it so much, but they appreciate good snooker, and Mark Selby, every time he plays a good shot's getting an equally good response from this audience.
He does actually spend quite a bit of time practicing those thin shots for his safety, Ronnie. I've seen him on the practice table spending half an hour now and again just trying to hit the balls as thin as possible. So it is something you can practice, and he does.
Well, Mark Selby obviously hasn't been practicing them as much as Ronnie, because
Ronnie O'Sullivan 4.
I think he's okay though. It's costing him 4 points, but is there a possible plant on? Oh, that was close. No plant on, so that's the two that I thought might be a plant, but Ronnie having it replaced.
Quite a big area down there, green and brown again. So Ronnie will play the safety shot off the side of the pack, maybe with a little bit of side down the table, somewhere behind the brown. As I say, the green is also there, so it is a big target, this.
That's a possibility of swinging around the angles with lots of side. He's played it off 2 cushions, but
Yes, he actually got too much side on that one, I think. But both players very wary of promoting a red towards the corner pocket. They know every time they play a safety shot. You can see Mark Selby looking at the pack there. He's just making sure that nothing is going to come out and go towards the corner pocket and leave an opportunity.
might be looking at a, believe it or not, a 4-ball plant. And it, let's have a look. It's going to the right of the pocket. This could come off because he will squeeze it. Let's have a look. See, squeeze the red into the pocket. Well picked out. Look at the cue ball. 1.
Well, good in one way, important another, Dennis, isn't it? If you think that shot's on, why have you not played wholeheartedly for the brown the other side? Good shot. I know it's done fantastically well to pick it out. Surely there was an argument for playing with a little bit of side there and making sure that you're going to be on the brown.
I'll tell you what, that was a delicate little shot he played onto the brown. It was so easy to push that. He was so close to the brown. See, the red was going to the right side of the pocket. He hits it on the left side and it squeezes it into the middle of the pocket. He's looking to see if he can get to the red behind the black spot. But he was very close to this here. And that was very delicately played. So easy to push that, John.
Yeah, it was really well played. He certainly got Ronnie in a spot of bother. Of that, there's no doubt.
Yeah, to try and land on the red that I mentioned behind the black spot, he'd have to go a couple of times across the table. And if he doesn't judge it correctly, he's going to leave a pot on. The blue's slightly in the way. Wasn't a bad effort. Is it going to reach?
Oh,
Can he pick the same line out again, though, with a little bit more pace?
Well, Mark's coming to the table, but you can bet your bottom dollar Ronnie's going back behind the brown here. Very good attempt that was. I'm sure it'll be the same shot.
That's the sort of line he was going. Can he judge it this time?
Foul. And a miss. Mark Selby 4.
Now, has it gone far enough for Mark to cut this back into the left corner?
Well, I think if there's any chance of this being potted, Mark will take it on, because at some point you think Ronnie will get that escape right, Dennis, and you might end up with no pot at all. So if you've got this one, take it on.
One.
Very well played. Perfect position on the blue. Now, Mark, you've got to go to work.
I'm not sure if the pink's
6.
available into the left corner. The red next to it would be blocking it. Not easy to get on the black from that situation.
Yes, one of those typical chances you get, Dennis, when you're just cold into a match, isn't it? And there always seems to be balls blocking each other, and you never seem to get a really good chance in front of you when you're trying to fight your way back into a match. And I know it's only 2-0 at the moment, but it's a very important part of it.
Oh, he's got a bit of an angle here. Just wondering if he can develop the black.
7.
Might be able to.
Yes, that was well sorted out.
That's the one spot that he could just get through to the potting angle. Well picked out.
$14.
The 2 reds. Possible plant. He's got the easy red to go back for the blue, but
15.
the cannon hasn't worked out as he intended. And it looks as if he's going to cannon the red when potting this blue, so this could go slightly wrong. He'll want to develop the red when he cannons it, and he's okay. Well played.
20.
Better shot than it looked, that one. Amount of times you take your eye off that, looking at the red instead of the blue. And this has developed from a couple of shots ago looking a little bit tricky. It's not a bad chance at all. And all this opportunity has come from Mark Selby spotting that 4-ball plant, Dennis. Well sorted out that was.
A scheduled 8
1.
frames in this afternoon session, and a possible further 10 this evening. I think the black is only available
24.
into one corner pocket, so he might not necessarily be on this red to get onto it. If it goes past the red into the right corner, that'll be a bonus. You can see he's almost straight on that, so he's going to have to concentrate on the pink here.
Yes, little soft stun there from the bottom red into the one onto its left, and leaves the pink available into the middle pocket.
$25.
Well, didn't have to play the cannon there. Still perfectly all right.
31. $32.
That certainly helps the situation now. You'll still be able to pot the red. Black will go as close to its own spot in a direct line behind it because all the other spots are occupied. But it doesn't interfere with this pot.
39.
I think it's important for
40.
Mark to win this frame with one visit, John.
Absolutely, Dennis. Not only for his own confidence, but to show his opponent that he's in for a match today. And this has been a fabulous response from Mark Selby, as the boys mentioned in the studio. Kept cold,
45.
hasn't seen a lot of table. So this is very good.
$46.
He's not only a very good tactical player, Mark Selby,
53.
as far as centuries goes. He's made just over 50 centuries in the last 2 seasons.
54.
Yes, we talk about players like Joe Perry and Alistair Carter being improvers. Nobody's improved more than Mark Selby. Cue action's far better than it used to be. It's much more compact.
59.
Puts the tip up to the white now, you can see. Used to
60.
cue up miles behind the cue ball and have a very long and flailing cue action, but not now. It's very good. There's a lot less can go wrong.
$67. $68. $75. 76.
Playing an exhibition type shot, get the pink back on the spot. Easy to get to the last red from the blue, but he wanted the pink back on his spot for some reason.
82.
Oh, he is called the Hoover. He was just tidying up a bit, Dennis.
Didn't get on the red though as he intended. It would have been easier from the blue to get on this red. So no century
82.
break.
And the frame.
But what a magnificent response from Mark Selby. He was kept out for the first 2 frames, and Vicky, his girlfriend, was smiling away there, that break of 82.
But both these players are great match players. You wouldn't expect the standard of play they've played this week for them to be overawed. But it can happen at any time. We saw Steve Maguire in his semi-final match seem to crumble in that respect. But I think we're in for a cracking match, and you can't guarantee what's going to happen. But it could be close.
Yep. And this is the last one before their mid-session interval.
Yes, it could be close, and how close will Ronnie O'Sullivan get to this long pot? Probably the only thing with the new cue, John, has been some of his long pots at times haven't been going in.
Yeah, he's down to about 99%, I think, Dennis, from 100. But no, you're right. It's the thing, I think, with the new cue that you need to get more used to than anything, because, as I say, it's all pieces of timber are different, and some cues throw off and some stay straight. So You have to get used to that. It doesn't seem to be a problem at the moment for Ronnie. And he's had 2 breakoffs in this match, Mark Selby, already, and both of them have been pretty poor by his standards.
That last shot just shows you how fast this cloth's playing, because that looked as if it was perfect and was going to pull up and be on a ball colour.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 1.
No real problem for Mark Selby. Come off the right side of the table and into the bunch. You won't leave anything.
Touching ball, right?
Touching ball declared by referee Jan Verhaas. Helps Ronnie. Can just play away off down the table and make sure that he hides that red to the right of the blue. He's looking at behind the yellow, but you'd think behind the green would be better, John.
It's one of those situations, Dennis, where there's both sides of the pack are sticking out and one red on the left and one near the blue. Difficult to put the cue ball in any position in the balk area where you're not going to have an escape route.
He's got to get it tight on the cushion, though, whether he goes behind yellow or green. Just a fraction out there. He hasn't quite covered things. You can just show you Mark's 2 break-off shots. That was frame 2, left that red. And that was frame 4, left the similar pot. He really is paying attention, this Hawkeye, John. Can't really take the pot on because it's the wrong angle. He'd be going towards the red and black, so just the safety. Mid-session interval coming up after this frame.
Very good shot. Beautifully played. A little bit of swerve on that with run inside. Referee Jan Verhaas is using his eagle eye there, but down the table just to see what Mark had left, but he'd probably just come off the side cushion and drop into the pack again.
Needs to play it with lots of side because the brown's in the natural path. Watch the white spin now. He hasn't hit it hard enough, has he? Has he? He hasn't.
And a miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan 4.
It's just when you play it with lots of side, it's not quite as easy to judge the pace. You've got to hit it a little bit softer because the side spins off the cushion. But, well, Ronnie was going to play a safety shot. He was about to get the rest out there, but better off putting him back in, because if he gets a touching ball, then he's got a straight escape. But needing lots of right-hand side on the white to spin it off the cushion.
Sorry? I think you could, Mark, to be honest. Yeah. Do you want to bring it up? That way.
Jan Verhaas says, do you want me to bring it up for you? They've got a monitor that they can check that's where it was. Let's have a look where it is now. That's pretty good.
I think that's about right. Yeah. Okay, Ronnie?
That's the monitor that they're looking at. And that's the angle he's got to make. As you can see, he'd have to spin it off the side cushion with right hand side. Well, he's going to play the same shot again. He thought he might be able to snick the reds past the pink. Better pace this time.
pretty good innovation being able to do that, Dennis, isn't it? A few seasons ago we couldn't use video evidence. And the fact that you can just look at a monitor like that and put the cue ball back in exactly the correct place, just pure common sense.
Took a while coming, but we got there in the end with it. Mind you, not all sports use the video evidence. Football have declined from using it.
They'll get round to it. I'm sure they will. Too many big decisions nowadays.
Well, where's the white going to finish? He's going to cannon the other red. How's your luck? I mean, that is quite incredible. The worst possible place on the table. You couldn't do that again if you tried for 10 years.
And we might be here for a while, Dennis, because this is he's obviously going to call a ball colour, probably the green.
Yellow ball.
He's calling the yellow, and this will take some escape.
Foul and a miss. Mark Selby 1, Ronnie O'Sullivan 4.
Purely a preference when the player is in that position, which ball colour he'd like to hit.
Ronnie in the past has been known to not take the miss, but you'd think he'd have this put back because he'd get quite a few points off it. But there's a number of times where he feels if the player's in too difficult a position, he just carries on playing. But yeah, he's definitely got to have this replaced. You see, the other choice that he has, the yellow's coming off 1, 2, 3 cushions. He could come off 2 cushions, play for the green because the red's not cuttable into the middle pocket. It's probably slightly easier to go off that angle for the green, but he's now playing the brown, so he can change his mind.
Foul. The miss.
No miss this time. He's knocked the red over
Ronnie
the
O'Sullivan,
pocket.
4.
And Ronnie, if he can't hold for the blue, can get through for the black. It's a good chance.
That's a big mistake, isn't it? I thought of the 3 ball colours, the one they wouldn't be going for was the brown. For that reason, that you might be coming close to the red. But that's a bad misjudgment there from Mark Selby. Unlucky, of course, to hit it like that thin and leave it over the pocket. But well, these decisions can cost you frames and matches.
One.
It's a decent chance now for Ronnie, but it has to be said Mark Selby, when he potted his opening red, was very unfortunate to finish in the position that he did.
Yes, Dennis, those situations really hurt. You know how good O'Sullivan is anyway.
8.
The last thing you need against him is a bad run of the balls. Good pot from Mark Selby. You don't really know where the cue ball is going to be, but to finish there, very unfortunate.
16. 17.
It's been a terrific start to this final. We know both players are queuing well. Ronnie had
24.
a break of 68 in the opening frame. Mark Selby an 82 in the previous frame.
25.
We've had some very, very good tactical play. It's shaping up very nicely. When you play over a few sessions, you play in little mini sessions, the 4 frames. The target is to try and win them 3-1.
What, is 4-0 no good?
You try 3-1, 4-0 is a bonus.
Settle down, please.
But the standard of these players, you don't often see many 4-0s.
33.
2 reds nearest to the cue ball will be the next target. Nice little soft stun off the cushion. And the thing with Ronnie is we're running out of superlatives, but he scores so quickly, Dennis, doesn't he? You're sitting in the chair and he only seems to have been there for a couple of minutes, and you look at the scoreboard and you're 50 behind in no time.
Just come up a bit short this time. Slight change of plan. Doesn't want to kiss the blue here.
41.
He's okay. There you can see Hawkeye showing you. Got the angle on the blue. So no problem. We've already beat the centuries record that was held 2007. There was
46.
26. We've already had 27 this year.
47.
Yes, and Ronnie O'Sullivan as an individual has surpassed the record. I think Stephen Hendry had 41 centuries here over the years playing in the Masters, and Ronnie's on 42 now, I believe.
That's quite incredible, isn't it, really, when you think about it?
54. $55.
It just looks so easy.
$62.
He's second only to Stephen Hendry in centuries made. He's made 557. Stephen Hendry is up at 700, just over.
63.
But if this cannon works out, good chance of a century here.
$70.
Didn't catch the red he intended, but he still got the long one up past the blue.
71.
Doesn't have to move anything here. As he pots one red, it clears the path for another. This one in the middle
78.
will open up one for the left corner. And if he pots
79.
the one above the pink, it will open up the one next to the pink. He's already made 6 centuries at the Masters this year. And I hate to say it one more
86.
time, but all with a brand new cue he'd only played with for a couple of hours.
87. $94. 95.
Well, Mark Selby did all he could do last frame to get himself back in the match, show Ronnie O'Sullivan that he was involved. But there's a century from Ronnie O'Sullivan, just to say, right back at you. Fabulous stuff.
He'll not bother about missing the yellow. It's been a very high standard indeed. Mark Selby's played his part. He's had an 82 break, but you can't take it away from Ronnie O'Sullivan. That was a superb century break, and he goes to the mid-session interval, leading 3 frames to 1.
I enjoyed that little talk about the
Right now,
maximums
please.
during the interval with the boys there and Ken Doherty. I made one the round before the television stage in the UK Championship and got 5,000. The next day it would have been 100,000. Always a little premature.
Well, you said it, Willie, not me.
This is a tempter for Mark. The red that's on the back cushion is just causing a problem. There's a gap between the black and the red to go around the back of it, but if you get into it too much, you might kiss the red, so it's got to be played carefully. Well, he's gone all out for the black, and what a great shot. Well played. Well played.
Yeah, it's a terrific pot. As you say, the danger of that red near the top cushion, so he decided to screw across the face of the black. Goes without saying, he's got to make the most of every opportunity. Particularly, as John Parrott said in the first half of the match, just to make Ronnie aware that he's there, and if Ronnie makes any mistakes, he'll jump on him. Now, how's your luck? It's not bad. Choice of reds.
8.
And the red's nicely spread. So he certainly took the bull by the horns there, didn't hold back when potting the black.
Nine.
Another red spalling things here. The red on the side cushion spalling the natural angle from yellow to go for choice of 3 reds. The 2 to the left of the pink and the 1 to the right of the pink. So that's the reason he's taking the brown. The yellow would have been the ball bar for that red being on the cushion. Blessed with an amazing amount of cue power now, Mark Selby. Since he changed his action and got a lot closer to the cue ball,
13.
he's developed so
Can you
much
turn
more
the volume
power.
down from your earpieces a little bit? Thank you. We can hear him.
Yeah, just to
14.
expand on what Willie was meaning, Mark was one of these players that when he feathered or addressed the cue ball, he was quite a distance away. He just didn't feel he was getting through the cue ball enough. But by getting close now in his address position,
19.
when he does bring the cue back and deliver it, he's getting through the cue ball, and of course you get more action.
20.
But his main attribute, Willie has proved over the last 21 months, is his temperament.
Always had a great temperament, even as a junior player. Playing at my club in Leicester, he was always a player that you would find very hard to beat. Blessed with a wonderful temperament and a fabulous safety game. And it wasn't until he changed his action and started finding how to break build along with the top players, I thought he would ever rise to the stardom he has now. But I've said many times on commentary in the last couple of years, he's now capable of winning every tournament he plays in, purely because now his break building is, it can compete. That's the key thing.
26.
He couldn't compete before.
Now I don't know whether that was a heavy contact. He's asking for the cue ball to be clean, so maybe it was, but he's not on the black. Certainly not as he would like, and as we saw there, when the cue ball made contact with the object ball, there was a little jump in the air, took all the pace out of it. Oh, he's taking it on, but this is tricky.
Mark Selby.
It's a pity,
27.
because after the initial opening red, he had the table at his mercy. That bad contact has put him back in his seat.
Well, this is the missed black. You can see it was even too thin, never set off in the pocket. Ronnie's got the relatively more straightforward red down the right-hand side, but it's such a big pocket. The one down the cushion's not too bad to play and off the black, but he's taking the slightly more difficult red, but it will avail obviously perfect position.
One.
You saw Ronnie actually grimace a little bit there, John. I don't know whether he was trying to flick a red away from those 3 reds to make another red available, but he wasn't happy with the position.
Yeah, well, I think he'd like to play a cannon on those reds just under his hand. Can he get into the cue ball enough? He could. And he's got a red to the left centre, and I don't think he has to do a lot with the cue ball to get back on the black.
It appears that he can't just drop this in plain ball to get on the black. He's having to play with a little bit more pace. And that's the reason he's missed it.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 8.
It's the first relatively easy ball I think he's missed in this match.
Well, the red's just around the pink and not available. He's had a look at this red along the top cushion, but surely that's not an option. That's too difficult. The red's up towards the balk end in the open, possible, but nothing easy. Playing a red to the right centre here. The one on the right-hand side of the table obviously can just get through to it. Doesn't have to do much to be on the black, but difficult. Played it well.
One.
I'd say nicely on the black as we see that red going in the middle, but it's the red near the top cushion that's causing him a slight problem. He's just got to avoid the kiss on that red. Or if he doesn't, he could run out of position. It just made it a little bit awkward, that red being there.
8.
Yes, he took a chance, didn't he? Played the slow shot with just a trace the left-hand side. He was trying to kiss that outside red full ball. The fact that he's called it half ball has left him a choice of 2 pots, both of which are not straightforward. A full ball kiss would have left him absolutely perfect.
Referee Jan Verhaas has called a touching ball, but it doesn't affect the shot. No red he's playing into the right middle. Hampered cueing. Well, he may serve as the red, but you wouldn't want to be playing this black too many times. This is tough.
Well, it's decision time, isn't it? Do you play the difficult black or do you play the safety? He's looking to see if we can get through to the green. The green's the ideal ball he'd like to play and leave the white tight on the baulk cushion, but I don't think he can see enough of the green to do that. If he played the black, it's one of those you'd probably get 5 or 6 out of 10, so it's decision time if he decides the black. Doesn't appear to want to entertain it. If you can see the green full ballish, you can just run through, and even the cushion you can see there, you can only see it, well, 16th of a ball, so he may have to play the blue. Got to find the top cushion here to cover those reds with the green. Always got a kick and there'll be the gap. The gap will appear, I think.
Mark Selby 9.
Didn't get through to the cushion. Well, obviously rolled just enough to make the brown the snookering ball. There it is.
Well, I'm certain Ronnie had in his mind when he played that red, he'd be careering into the pink and the other red, so ball's nicely spread now. And even though Mark Selby has a 28-point lead, he's got to be very careful here, because that won't last for long if he makes a mistake in the safety. main intention of that shot was to get the cue ball back to the balk end. Now it only works if you get close to the pot, which he did, rattle of the jaws. So he's not left anything for Ronnie. Nothing easy, that is.
Looks like he's playing around the back of the red on the side cushion and trying to send the white up near the green off 2 cushions, maybe 3. Just a little bit pacey.
Yeah, good line, but as you say, just a little bit too much pace. But I don't think he's left anything. Well, maybe the red closest to the top cushion will cut to the left corner, but I feel as though if he's playing this, he'll have to play with a touch of right-hand side, and that makes this pot more difficult. Well, he's playing it plain ball. And he could play it plain ball and avoid the kiss on the other red. Now, how's your luck? Not great. It was a good pot, this. A pot that he probably wouldn't have attempted if Ronnie had got a better length with his safety. Now, can he come off the balk cushion here, cushioned first, and just nestle up behind the green? Well, he's not looking at that. But you'd think here a snooker would really swing the frame in his favour. He's had a look at coming off the balk cushion first and nestling behind the green, but when he looked at it, a little shake of the head.
It's funny there, Ronnie's just jumped up out of his seat, A, to see how far the green was off its cushion, and B, to see whether the brown was clippable. I mean, I'm sure Ronnie must have thought he was going to ring behind the green, but he's decided on something different.
Well, not
Mark Selby
something
won.
different. Basically, was just to put the brown in a safe position. There's only 29 points in it, so you never know. If Ronnie got a chance, Mark Selby would also need that brown. That's what we were. Well, I think that's what I'd have played.
If it'd been 45 or 50 in front, John, I would have agreed with you know, with Mark, put a brown safe. But as you rightly say, only 29 in front. I think your shot was a better choice.
That's a better shot from Ronnie. Beautiful length for the cue ball. Makes all the difference. Oh, he caught that safety shot much too thin, but the blue slowed the cue ball down somewhat. I mean, you could see the red down the left-hand side into the left-hand pocket as a choice, but the black's not available into the right corner, so no value in playing that. So just a safety. Not tight to the balk cushion, but close enough to make the shot of Mark Selby's difficult.
Well, it's a good job the blue came to the rescue there, because that white would have been past the baulk line and Ronnie could have played a clip. Ronnie will be playing in behind the blue here off 3 cushions. It's all about getting the weight right with this shot. It's a big target when playing it around the 3 cushions rather than 2. Well, as you can clearly see there, we've talked about Ronnie's cue, and that's the one shot we've been saying that's causing him a few problems. When he's playing safe, the amount of side he gets on sometimes is not correct.
Yeah, and if Mark Selby can knock this red in, A frame-winning chance. Well, good chance missed.
What a lovely green for Selby supporters. This redwood's cuttable without the green being there. If he plays it now, he's going to be hampered. And having to cue down over the green, it's going to be tough.
So Ronnie playing the safety, a similar type of safety he played before. Now he caught it too thin before, playing it with left-hand side. Too thin again. Well, a nice little flick off the yellow. That helped.
Oh, Mark Selby this time faced with a similar shot. It's a little bit more difficult for Mark because he can't really impart the side and he wants because he's queuing down. See if Mark can play the shot right. This is the third try at this same shot. Mark Selby's played it perfectly. Albeit probably just 2 or 3 inches shy of pace. Got the line right there. Ronnie could take this on. The cue ball would be in the similar position to what it is now, should it go in.
Good pot. One. Now if that cue ball stays away from the cushion, which it has done, there's a chance of the yellow or the blue. The problem with the blue, it looks to be the natural potting angle. If you pot the blue, you could run into the green and stop the cue ball coming back down to this end of the table. If that is the case, then you play the yellow. Well, he judged it well to avoid the kiss on the green.
6.
He's not inch perfect though.
Well, he really wants to play the clip, doesn't he? But he, as you can see, he's not happy with the extended rest. And the cue, he's just extended the cue a little bit more. He'd like to play it without the rest, obviously, because he could play it a lot slower and probably guarantee to be on blue or pink. Whereas with the rest, he felt he couldn't. He's played that lovely. If the red above the black pots, this is a chance to get right back into this frame.
Yes, looks as though
7.
it does, and he's perfect on the blue. You put nothing past Ronnie, but to win the frame at this visit would be
12.
some feat. Awkward reds, brown obviously awkward. Straighter on this red, he just rolled it in for the black. Now may have to play for the pink.
Yes, and we question Mark's, or sorry, I question Mark's choice of putting the black safe, but doing
13.
my maths now, Ronnie's still going to need the brown, so perhaps it was the right shot putting the brown safe, but I think the snooker behind the green would have been slightly better at the time.
Well, he's
19.
left himself a little bit awkward here. He wanted to be straight on this red he's going to play, not a half ball shot into a blind pocket. Made it look so
20.
easy. And sometimes you don't even notice now. He switched hands and played it left-handed.
Yeah, I think with the rest, John, that would have been Definitely missable, but as you rightly say, left-handed, it's such an asset.
So that's the easier of the
26.
two remaining reds. Just a quick glance at the scoreboard. He's reduced his arrears now to 3 points. And he's wondering whether 2 reds, 2 blacks. He wouldn't need the brown, but he will need the brown. I
27.
think he just had half a thought there that he may just cannon into that red on the side cushion. So that's why he injected a little bit more pace in the cue ball. But once he didn't get the cannon, this black is thinner than he intended. But once again, playing it left-handed.
34.
With a glance at the scoreboard, it hasn't changed, Ron. You're still going to need the awkward brown. And the awkward red.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 34.
Well, concentrated so much on finishing perfect on the black, just forgot about the red. That was unmissable for somebody of Ronnie's class. It's just a little bit careless. Luckily for Ronnie, the reds ran safe. I'm sure Ronnie was as surprised as anybody who missed that red.
Yeah, funny enough, he missed a similar red in the first frame. It didn't matter in the first frame because he was at the snooker's required stage. But it just shows you can't pinch too much on these pockets. The only reason he missed it was trying to get the cue ball away from the side cushion. Good length. Yeah, we're just talking about, this was the first frame. That one he was just trying to roll it in dead weight. As I say, the frame was all, but that one he's just trying to get the cue ball away from the side cushion to make the black easier.
Yes, very similar, weren't they? And one a little bit more costly than the other. In saying that, this might be replaced unless it leaves a free ball. I don't know whether it's more, it might be more difficult to play safe from there, to be honest, rather than where it was. Ronnie's just having thoughts about the same thing.
Yeah, well, maybe Ronnie can't know exactly where the cue ball was.
You want it back, Ronnie?
Yeah, he's having it put back. I think this is slightly more awkward because he just can't get his bridge hand where he would normally have it. Just slightly hampered by the black. And you've got to make certain you push that cue through straight, otherwise you could foul it. This time much too thick. Is it going in or over the middle? Is it going in?
Now there's a bit of mileage here in playing the Kiss the Brown now. Pop the red in the middle, come off the top cushion, play at the pace to Kiss the Brown. If you miss the kiss on the brown, you're still in open play and could be on brown, blue or pink.
Well, the other way is to play for the black off this red, and then he'd only need the yellow and green. That's what he's looking at. He's got a 9-point lead.
Yes, I forgot about the 4 penalty points, so that's probably better, isn't it, playing for the black? Yeah, so that 4 points they give away. Whatever he's played, he's not played well. Because now the brown comes back into the equation. Surprising mistake from Ronnie O'Sullivan.
10 points to the lead. Now remember, if he pots the yellow will come back on its spot because he's potting the yellow after a red. He had a quick glance to see where he'd like to leave the angle on the cue ball, the cue ball to pot the green and drop behind the brown or maybe disturb the brown. He's looking for yellow, green and brown.
I think he's decided he wants to get as near to the top cushion as he can, but
5.
couldn't do it, so green to brown was always going to be the ball, wasn't it? Is he going to get close enough to make it an easy pot?
Yeah, that's the key, Will, isn't it? Get as close to the brown as he possibly can off this green. Doesn't want to be nested.
8.
Oh, well, that was a nice little... Well, I honestly think if he doesn't catch the bump in the middle pocket, I don't think he'd have been on this brown. I think he'd have nestled right up to the brown. That little bump gives him a chance. Only needs the brown, remember. He's taking it on. It's not there, and he's left it.
Ronnie O'Sullivan,
He
8.
probably thought if he got close to the pocket, rattle the jaws, it would run along the top cushion, but it hasn't. Mark Selby needs the 4 remaining colours.
Well, it possibly may not matter now, but I go back to the last red when Ronnie's got the red over the middle pocket. Surely he must have misread the scoreboard not to play for the black off the last red. Or even the pink, because it would have been Snooker's required stage now. But he's been given another chance.
Well, it was always a dangerous shot, that. Putting the brown, putting it like that towards the corner pocket. He's got a pretty good length with the cue ball, and this looks very straight. And if it is, it's hard to see how Mark Selby can get a good safety shot here. Wouldn't want to be playing the pot on the brown, but sometimes if the safety's no easier, why not go for it?
Yes, if he decides to play off the top cushion with left-hand side, trying to get it safe, he's going to be very lucky not to do a pot on the brown. So here's what Hawkeye's shown you. It's just about dead straight. The only problem if he plays the pot, John, the white's going to hit the jaws and he's going to have no shot on the blue, is there? That's the problem.
Yeah, but as I say, I don't see an easy safety. He's looking to come off cushion first. Now is he playing the pot or the safety? He's played the pot and he's played it absolutely perfect. What a shot. As I say, that's the problem. You don't see a safety. It forces your opponent into the pot, and he couldn't have played it better.
Well, that's up there, one of the best shots I've ever seen. To play it at that pace and to judge it right, 3-1 behind with possible 4-1
9.
behind staring you in the face. First class.
$15.
Well, Ronnie had his chance. Well, you won't see many 22 breaks better than that. What a brown. Both players leaving the arena. I know he'll be feeling happier. Mark Selby has reduced his arrears as we watch this fantastic pot again. He's just 1 frame behind now, 3-2.
He wasn't really troubled, but he's really having to scrap to try and retain his title here.
And in some ways, Hazel and the boys, I'm sure, will agree. For me, that's the biggest frame of the afternoon so far, because 4-1 behind, he may have started to doubt himself a little bit. I mean, I hate to harp on about the brown, but I don't know how he finished on the right-hand side of the blue, having hit cushion first. It was just so pure the way he hit it. You'd think playing cushion first, it would have gone to the left-hand side of the blue. We're going to show you this one more time. Now, once he's hit cushion first, you'd have thought the white would have gone left-hand side of the blue, but he hit it so good and come right-hand side of the blue. It was an incredible shot. Now, if this wasn't on the cushion, Ronnie could get around the back of the black. The fact it's on the cushion. Is he deciding to take it on or just playing the safety? He's queuing down as if he wants to play the pot. No, just playing the safety. We just saw that white pull out a little bit there, but that's just the iron mark and things there that probably just drifted a little fraction. We just watch it pull up. It's in the centre of the pocket. It wasn't never going to reach the pocket. Then all of a sudden, a little rock to the right. Made no difference there. Such is Mark Selby's prowess in the safety department now. His highest break in that last frame was the 22 he made to clear up. Usually we talk about frame-winning contributions being 70 or 80, but John mentioned in commentary and closing the frame one of the best 22 breaks he'd seen, and I couldn't agree with him more. I can't think of too many players that could compete with Ronnie O'Sullivan in the safety department. The first one that springs to mind would, of course, be John Higgins.
Mark Selby.
But Selby can certainly compete with him. And I think, in my humble opinion, that's going to be the key to this match, John, is whether Selby can keep Ronnie out. Because in the Bulls, obviously, Ronnie at the moment is the best player in the world. And we know break building-wise, he's probably going to score more than Mark. So I think the safety play is going to be key in this match.
Well, you said it after the last frame. That was a big, big frame. You know, if Ronnie had taken it and gone 4-1 in front, he could have started been thinking, because Ronnie isn't going to start looking round when he sees the winning line. And it's frames like that that can turn matches.
Do you think, John, when you're 4-1 in front, you'd probably play the odd shot that you might not play if it was 3-2, like, you know, you push the boat out a little bit more?
Well, not the way Ronnie's been playing in this tournament so far this week. He's kept it very tight and turned down as many long pots as I can ever remember. And if he'd have got a 3-frame advantage, it'd have taken some pegging back. He's trying this shot again. There's not much of a gap, is there? Found it. Where's the red going? Over the pocket. Where's the white going? The red's on.
Mark's just checking to see whether the black will pot into the left-hand corner. A similar shot as the, well, obviously nowhere near as difficult as the brown, but if he wants to get on the black, he'll have to play cushion first again. Does that black pot at that view? I'm not so sure. We'll know after the pace he plays this. He thinks it does, so he's playing for the black.
1.
And I don't think he's on it.
No, and even if he could see it from there, does the black, can he pot the black and not hit the red first? And a simultaneous contact between the black and the red would be called a foul. Jan Verhaas will be watching this very closely. Well, the referee was happy with it, and what a good pot it was. And the black going back on its spot
8.
is still available. There you saw it. Definitely black first.
9. $16. 17. 24. 25.
The way this match is panned out in this first session, you've got to take your hat off to Mark Selby. I've been watching the match shot for shot, and Mark's hardly been in the match. And all of a sudden, we're 40 points away from him levelling at 3-all.
32.
What a good match player this young man's become.
33. Okay. 40.
Ronnie's sitting there. Of course, last night came Stephen Maguire. He was at the table practically all the match. Superb performance. He's going to have to sit now and probably reflect on the last frame. He had a chance
41.
to Brown. Many who have admired the shot that Mark played to pop the Brown as well as anybody, but it was a frame that maybe he felt he should have won. And every chance now
47.
from 3-1 in front. You're going to be level at 3 apiece. Which from the neutrals' point of view, Willie, is just what we want. We need a good final. All that's been said about the game. We've got a tremendous atmosphere. And
48.
defending champion against the world champion. Couldn't be a better matchup.
Yes, I've got to be honest, before the match started, the way the two players had played throughout the tournament, I was favouring Ronnie to win the match relatively convincingly, but this young Selby, he never gives in and gives every shot as you'd expect, 110%. And it was the very good safety that got him in again with this chance, so he's competing with Ronnie in that department.
53. $54. $61.
65 points the lead. So a couple more reds needed to take him past the point where snookers will be required. Don't see a problem.
Thanks. 62.
This black to go 73 points in front, but still 75 left on the table as we look at the pot success. Nothing to split between them, 91% each. High standard as we expect. And nicely
69.
on the frame ball red.
Yes, very close in every department, and obviously after this frame, going to be very close in scoreline as well.
70.
This has been absolutely perfect snooker from Selby in the last frame and a half, and I say half because it wasn't until the latter half of the last frame that he took control.
75.
One of the stats that surprised me a little bit, John, we've showed a few of the stats there, is the average shot time that at this moment in time, we always thought that Ronnie would play as he normally does at a quicker pace. At this moment in time, he's playing at a slower pace. Mark Selby's playing at 26 seconds per shot, and Ronnie's at nearly 30, so there's obviously been a few predicaments Ronnie's been in. What a shame, though, we haven't had a century break there, because he dug really deep. He plays very well there. An excellent break of 76. Gets us all square at 3-all.
So he's letting Ronnie know
frame
he's there.
7.
He's not going to go
Ronnie
away.
O'Sullivan to break.
What's Ronnie's response?
Can see the edge of the pack. That looks like the one he's going to play. This red will probably free the black as well. I know the black's available in the right-hand corner, but it may not have been in the left. It didn't quite make contact with the black, but once again, a good reply from Mark Selby. Even as a junior, Mark Selby's safety game was always very, very good. When they used to play little challenge matches at my club, we had 4 or 5 pros at the time, and Mark never used to win the matches for money. They used to get out-potted and outscored, but if it was ever scrappy, he'd win every game. He's now brought that safety game to the professional ranks, and it's a lot of times reaping dividends, as it has done this afternoon. Won the safety battle again.
Looks a straightforward escape to come into the bottom of the cluster. Well, he's deciding to go the other way. No difference really. Just aiming to get into the bottom of those reds. Very unlikely to leave anything.
Re-rack, yeah. Re-rack.
Well, they've gone for a re-rack. Now the player could see an end to that safety exchange, so a re-rack. I remember the old days, you'd get someone like Eddie Charlton that'd have been there for 3/4 of an hour, wouldn't he, tip-tapping?
And loved every minute of it.
Yeah, I'm not certain about the audience, but Eddie would. Anyway, that's the way to do it now. It was not going anywhere. So Jan Verhaas quickly has reset the balls. Let's try again.
Frame 7. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Well, not as good as break-off as normal. The only reason I'm saying that because it's the first time I think in the match he's stuck this red out. The good thing, of course, is found the top cushion. If he hadn't have done, Mark would have taken this red on. The fact that he's found the top cushion is the reason he's not. But he's going to have to find the top cushion himself, because Ronnie will take it on if he doesn't. He's had a bit of a result there. No matter how good you are, it's nice to have a good kiss now and again.
Oh,
Not much too thick.
Mark Selby 4.
Now has he left a long pot on for Mark Selby? Much too thick. A shake of the head from Ronnie. So Mark Selby feels that by putting this cue ball close up to the green, he can leave himself this red to the left corner just to run it through and play for the black in the opposite corner. Well, he would have been on the black, but he's missed the red and he's left it to the left middle.
Yeah, surprisingly a long way away with that one. With his hand on the table, I expected him to get closer than that, and then the red wouldn't have been over the middle. But the red's not quite as straightforward as it first looked, because he's hampered by the red with his cueing hand. There you can see he's going to have to cue slightly over that red. Still a red that shouldn't cause too many problems, but the positional side might not be perfect. Can't really stun it in to get close to the blue, but he's far enough away from the cush to do what he wants with this red. Sorry, with the blue. There appears to be only maybe 2 loose reds. The black's available, of course, so if you can get onto the black, you'll go into them very early. Well, if he's on that red, that's
6.
one of the best positional shots we've seen today. Played for choice of reds there, you can see below the pink, left and right were both on. Played for either of them, got on both.
Just squeeze through. Average shot time for Ronnie
7.
O'Sullivan, 29. It doesn't feel that long in between shots. Maybe just things have gone a little bit awkward. He'd have to give it an extra bit of due care and attention.
I think 3 or 4 occasions when he's in trouble, he was taking a minute and a half to sort
14.
it out, wasn't he? So that comes into consideration. I'm sure when in the balls, his average shot time would still probably be 18, 19 seconds. I think it's just the safety exchanges. He's had to think a little bit harder.
$15.
One shot away from making this a chance, isn't he? Just got to get an angle on the colour to bring reds into play. He played to nudge that red over the corner. It hasn't worked. He played a full ball kiss, got a half ball kiss, possibly end of break.
21. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 21.
Well, he pulled out a good safety, good length, but just looking back, when he potted the pink, he just wanted to kiss that red full in the face, and he caught it half ball, which is why he didn't knock it on. Hawkeye would have played it like that, and that's the correct way. And then, of course, be able to roll that red in beyond the black and a chance to open the other reds. But the thing I like about Ronnie, when he does play one of those shots, normally it gets to him a little bit, but he's not showing any tantrums. He's just accepting it and concentrating on the next shot.
Maybe he's expecting things not to go 100% well with it being this new cue, and maybe it's another challenge for him to play good safety. I agree with you. Normally a little bit of petulance gets in sometimes when things are not going as he plays, but it hasn't shown that as yet today. Mark had a bit of fortune there, of course, catching the jaw. He's not left Ronnie an easy safety shot now. He will have to bring reds into play, whichever ones he plays.
It's pretty good, that, and the reason it's good, I don't think Mark can play safe down the right half of the table as we look. And if he can't, if he tries to play safe down the left-hand side of the table, first of all, he's got the pink he's got to avoid, the blue obviously on its spot, and the red just below the blue, so he's got to catch this just right. Well, he caught it much too thick, and he's very fortunate to get back to the balk area. And, well, that's a double whammy, hampering Ronnie as he's done all by the green. He's hit this all wrong, and somehow didn't kiss into another ball, and as I say, has left Ronnie hampered by the green. Need a bit of luck sometimes. He had it there.
When you consider the white's supposed to be about 2 inches away from the blue in playing safe, you can see the little wry smile there. Mark knows that we'll be talking about him in the commentary box. It doesn't matter how good you are, that little bit of run now and again, you need it. And this is tough now to get safe. If it wasn't hampered, he'd definitely be able to get safe. But it's 50-50 here whether he leaves a red on.
I just wonder if he's thinking about taking the pot on here. Well, the problem is with this that I think he's got a red that he can play a pot. I think he can get through to that red I've circled to play the pot. The only reason I suggest it is because I don't see the safety shot being any easier or any more dangerous. At least if you play the pot and the red goes in, you play the next shot.
Looks like he's decided to play the safety, but I can't see how he can miss the kiss on the 3 reds on the right-hand side on the way back.
Fine.
There was a foul there. Obviously, he
Mark's up.
touched the green, but he's got a good, decent white.
Yes, he just fouled the green as he was pushing the cue through. Let's see if we can detect it. Yes, there you go. Hardly moved, but eagle eye Jan Verhaas, he spotted it. Good pot and a nice little help off the knuckle of the middle pocket. Has brought the cue ball away from the cushion and nicely on a balk colour. But if the balls are running nice for you, take advantage of them. It can soon change.
Well, that's a mistake. Without the kiss on the blue, these reds would have been unmissable. He'd have been on choice of red. The fact that he's going to have to use the rest now and put some action onto it. If he misses the kiss on the blue, you see, it's very close and get top side of the blue without a problem. It's tough to get top side of the blue with the rest. He may be able to screw across and get a little bit close to the pink. I don't know how straight this red is. Well, maybe he might be playing for the pink here. The fact that the blue's off its spot meant that he could get on the blue as well, and that was played beautifully. That was a really good rest shot.
Not the best table to make a frame-winning contribution because of the black being tied up. Well, that wasn't a bad idea. Cannon into those reds, clear the pink spot somewhat. So
11.
if he can at some time get a position on the pink, it'll go on its spot and be nicely in the open. Couldn't play
12.
for the pink that time around, but perfect on the blue.
Mark Selby strikes the
17.
front in this match. First frame he got in first before Ronnie made this 68 break to win the frame.
80.
This is the first time he's been in front of the match since then. And what an important time to do in the last but one frame before of the first session. If he gets out of this session 4-4 or 5-3 in front, it will be a fantastic performance.
23.
O'Sullivan outplayed him in the first part of the match. Selby is now outplaying Ronnie O'Sullivan.
24.
Has to be said though, he's had a bit of fortune this frame.
A little bit careless not to get the right angle on the blue here. Hawkeye shows you need to be another 6 inches further to the right. So going away from the reds, playing it this way. So running in and out of balk.
$29.
Well, you may think he could have got there if he just rolled the blue in, but obviously he was hoping to get a bit more pace in that cue ball. He's still on this red to the right corner, the one that's closest to the top cushion. $16 points to lead now. Well, he's playing this one, and in potting this, he could cannon into the other red. Although whether that will knock him off position. No, he avoided the cannon.
30.
Good pot. Wasn't really bothered what colour he was on. The red was important and went in clean as a whistle. Well, he's into the match now. He
30.
did say in his first few matches that the opening frames he was feeling very nervous, and maybe that was the case in this match. But
34.
he looks to have settled in now, although once again disappointed with the pace in the cue ball. Wrong side of the blue.
As choice of ways of playing the blue, he can go in between green and brown with position, or in between the brown and yellow. It's just turned which way he feels will avail the perfect position. Decided to play in between green and brown, and this is excellent. That's a good shot.
Yes, an important
39.
red this, because once he pots this red, the red that's immediately above the black will become potable in this right corner pocket. It's still going to be a good break to win the frame at this visit. All this time in an effort to make certain he got
40.
the right angle on the blue. He's hit it far too hard. Now it all depends. There's one red, and that's the one immediately above the black that's available only into the right corner pocket. Has he got an angle on this yellow to get down for this red? That's where he needed to finish, somewhere on that line, and couldn't have played it better. It's a frame-winning chance now.
Yeah, the reason John said couldn't have played it better because he's got the angle to flick the other red away from the black, and this never ever looked like a possible chance to win the frame.
43.
It might not still be because he played that poorly. That's the worst shot he's played in this break. That was straightforward to flick that red away and leave a nice angle. He's running away from the red, of course. 37 in front. He still needs another red. And that wasn't the bad shot, it was the shot before. I think he got so excited that he played it to the inch, the previous red. He didn't concentrate on the kiss, John.
Yeah, this was it. Okay, he developed the black, but if he'd have caught the red forward, he'd been straighter on the black, he'd have nudged that red away from the black, and he could have played for that red. He missed the cannon. There you see it, 37 ahead, but still 51 remaining. And
Mark
all
Selby,
the colours
50.
in the open. I know the reds are awkward, but there's plenty of snooker left in this frame.
Oh, that was one of the best 50 breaks you're likely to see in any tournament. He did that without pink or black. And John mentioned the reds were safe, but you knew that Ronnie's going to bring them out at the first opportunity, and there's the first opportunity, but he has left a shot to nothing, which could win in the frame. Red and sizable colour. It'll be 4-3 to Selby. Big shot, this one.
Always amazes me when someone misses a shot and then they shout, "Come on, Ronnie," and he's not going to come on too far from where that cue ball is. But he can't afford another mistake in this frame. This safety shot has got to be right. It's a terrific shot. He needs a good length for that cue ball. Is it going to run to the baulk cushion? And the reason I say that, because this red is potable to the right corner. But it could be too straight for Mark Selby to play it. Well, there's a slight angle according to Hawkeye.
Yes, the angle we showed you on Hawkeye was just off straight, and there you can see from that camera angle it is just off straight, but can't get the pace in the cue ball to get a good white, so he's playing the... He might be playing the thin pop. The key thing is to get a good white. Always he's butchered it. Goodness me, that was one of my safeties, that one. That could be very costly.
I'm a little bit
Settle down,
surprised
please.
he turned down the possible pot to the right corner.
One.
So this could be a big, big frame. We said frame 5 was. Mark Selby looked in control, just played a poor positional shot. Obviously the red along the top cushion is the awkward one. So it's imperative that Ronnie, in potting this red, gets
7.
a good angle on the black.
8.
And I don't think he has. I think it's only the snooker going to be available after this black. Well, Selby played a terrible shot earlier on. Ronnie, if you're going to have to play this with a lot of side, John, to get onto this last red.
Yeah, and I don't think he'll be wanting to do that. Even straighter on the black, he could have rolled the black in and been nicely on this red. Because it's a tough red along the top cushion. You'd want to be close to it. He's eyeing up the pink now.
This is missable if he plays this screw back.
That's what he's played, just to roll the black in and play the snooker on the last red.
15.
So, whoever pots this last red, you would suggest is going to win the frame. Who is it going to be? O'Sullivan favourite at the moment.
15.
Yes, even though Ronnie is 22 points in arrears, with all the colours on the spots, you'd expect to, as you say, Willie, whoever pots the red will be the winner. But what an important frame this is now. One of these frames that we do say can turn a match. Mark Selby always looked in control, but he's not at the moment.
There's just enough room to go 2 cushions there. If he hits it 1 cushion, he'll do well to get it safe. He's played the 1 cushion. Now has he got it safe? Has he got it safe? You betcha. Ronnie's looking at the cutting angle. Is this worth the risk? I think if you can guarantee getting the red away from the pocket, yes, play the cut, but how hard would he have to hit it to do that? Yes, he's got the red away from the pocket, and that was the key thing. And without the jaws, he would have had Mark in trouble there. That would have been in behind yellow and brown. That was nearly excellent. So you play the little thin safety shot to push the red along the cushion. It's dangerous, so you might be playing the red into the black to slow it down and then get the good white. Well, he's played the thin one. That was always dangerous, but played it beautifully. Played it really well. Excellent shot. I know the jaws have helped, but I think, John, it would have been a snooker anyway.
Well, it might have been a snooker, but it wouldn't have been as tough as this one. Dear me, that was a lovely bump. So at the moment, you'd have to say just that little kind run of the balls helping Mark. But it could all turn around this evening. I mean, if he'd have finished, if he hadn't have hit the bump, it'd have been an easy escape off 1 cushion. He's coming off 2 cushions. He's got to hit this. He's got to hit it. Because if he doesn't hit it, it's a free ball.
Foul.
And if it's a free ball,
Mark Selby 4.
then Ronnie in big trouble. Miscalled.
Yes, you've got to have a go at the brown here as the free ball. It's pointless putting it back in case Ronnie gets the shot right and snookers you. So you've got to take the chance of brown as a red and then try and get onto another red. He's 26 in front.
Well, 26 in front. You've got to play the brown. If you miss the brown, then you're not going to snooker, Ronnie. I don't know. I suppose you wouldn't want to have it replaced because, as you say, Willie, if he did hit it full ball, he could get the snooker while he's playing the brown. He's not got it, so therefore Ronnie comes back to the table, not snookered.
Even there, Johnny's played a clever shot, hasn't he? I don't know whether he imagined the white would leave hampered queuing on the yellow, but that takes out the easy safety shot from Ronnie, the fact that he can't queue down on it. So even that was a clever little shot that Mark played. Okay, he should have probably potted the brown, but he knew it was risky. And because he was hampered, he almost forced an error from O'Sullivan. I thought for a moment it would have been cuttable, but it's not. Another big plus of not having the balls replaced is where that Ronnie put the green when playing that out of the snookers, pushed the green safe. That's in Mark's favour. I think he did play behind the pink there, pink or black.
Superb shot. And Ronnie, easy hit, you think, but can he get the red safe? Oh, well, I said an easy hit. Has he got it this time?
I thought it did. It did hit it. It is.
Well, they're saying it did hit the first time. Well, we're going to have a look on the slow motion replay here.
It must have been tough, John, because we didn't see it live, did we?
Yeah, here we go.
Well, both players agreed. The referee agreed. you know, didn't hit on the second time, and we just looked at it in slow-mo and didn't feel he hit it on the first time. But
Well, that was a great escape from Ronnie, and if that red runs on, he might now have got the advantage in the safety exchange. No, well, when Mark Selby was coming to the table, he turned to Jan Verhaas. He said, and I distinctly heard him say, he hit it the first time, didn't he? And Jan said yes.
But we've just seen it in slow-mo. It didn't appear to hit, and in fairness, it would have been replaced, wouldn't it? And Mark Selby wouldn't have been in the mess he's in now. We'll get a chance sometime to show you that again, but it's very sporting of Mark to suggest it hit it when we're not sure it did.
Well, we'll have another look. Well, it's hard to say, but I think it did hit the red there. Well, long way away with that, Ronnie. And that could be very costly if this red passes the blue. "26 points the lead. Just a red and a colour needed to take the lead. Does pass the blue. Well, frame ball that was. You cannot afford to miss chances like that, Mark.
How big a pot could that turn out to be in the context of who's going to win this match? Obviously, Selby's still favourite to win this frame where the green is, but this red is not straightforward. He's hampered queuing over the brown, so this is missable. If he wasn't hampered, he couldn't miss that by chance.
No, absolutely. So even though Mark missed that red, he was very lucky there to leave Ronnie hampered by the brown. The run of the balls, you have to say at the moment, are favouring the young man from Leicester. No mistake with the red that time. And he'll just be hoping he's not going to be hampered by the green. Just the brown needed.
Well, he's obviously in a position where Ronnie needs snookers. Ronnie's already got one, so but it looks relatively straightforward off the top cushion. Ronnie will carry on, of course. There's only one snooker needed. Where's the white? You never know at this game. So once again, we talk about that's not the bad shot, it's the shot before. And there was another case of the shot before. Played the brown so carelessly when he can finish anywhere to see the yellow. And he just concentrated on the brown and snookered himself. You never know. It's never over till the fat lady sings, John, apparently.
Not the best safety shot, that, from Ronnie. To leave even a chance of a pot was not his intention. So Mark Selby, I was saying, had the run of the ball. Maybe the run of the ball just deserted him there when he hit the yellow and went in off. But this yellow, and he's getting himself ready. This to leave Ronnie needing a snooker. Good pot. Terrific pot. Knew the importance of that. He didn't want to miss another chance.
Yes, he looked up to the heavens as the yellow disappeared. He knew how important that was in context of possibly winning this match.
Mark Selby, 2.
Didn't want to risk rolling the green along the baulk cushion in case it didn't go in. Then Ronnie could, of course, potted it and then gone about trying to get the snooker he needs. Needs one 4-point snooker to tie. just the last few shots, or this frame in particular, some loose safety shots from Ronnie.
Isn't it funny, John? Over the years, we see it so many times. If you needed that green to win the frame and it knocked it in, the fact that his opponent needs snookers, it always seems a bit harder to knock the ball in. And where pink and black are, these are not in bad positions for snookers. But another bad one from Ronnie.
Yeah, it was a good chance to get that cue ball in behind the pink. Not close, in all honesty. Well, he's got the double kiss there, and having got the double kiss, he's quite fortunate to leave this cue ball near the top cushion. This frame now in its 32nd minute. It's been a scrappy one, there's no doubt about that, but it will come to an end if Mark Selby can now knock this green in. Well, he's determined to give Ronnie a chance. Now, I don't know whether Ronnie decides to pot this screen and try and play a snooker off the brown behind the black. If he could get the cue ball somewhere in the circle, and then he could have a great chance of laying that cue ball tight up behind the black off the brown. You've got to make the snookers difficult at this level.
3.
No, it's not bad. It depends how quick. Well, he's getting down pretty quick, so he must have landed pretty good on this brown. Nestle up behind the black if he can.
Sullivan 3.
If the one cushion escape is not on, this is going to be tough to hit. I think that cue ball, if it went another half an inch, this little swerve shot wouldn't have been on. You see, he's going to... Oh, little swerve shot. He's having to play a big one. There's room to go around the back of this. He's got to be careful. Very well done. Ronnie needed a half an inch more of pace, and that would have been a real tough one to hit. He still played it well. The wry smile tells you he thinks he played it well.
That will be his last shot in this frame. He tried to pop the brown there, and Ronnie's conceded. So Ronnie O'Sullivan led 2-0, 3-1, but he now trails 4-3.
Oh, Ronnie's been on a slippery slope himself, hasn't he, in the last 3 frames? And the key to this match has been the close frames. There's only been 2 of them. Selby's won them both. So does that tell us that Selby's going to win all the scrappy frames and Ronnie's going to win all the open ones? Long pot on. No colour bar, blue or bought colour available. The beauty of O'Sullivan is you would never know he'd just lost a frame he perhaps feels he should win, because he just gets down the next frame and plays as if it's the opening frame of the match. Beautiful pot. Mark Selby 1 in every 2. Ronnie a little bit better, almost 2 out of 3. Depending on where the pink spot is, to whether he decides to play on the pink early, because the pink's available. Doesn't want to tie it up though at this moment, unless he can bring reds into
6.
play, and he may have played that perfect. He may have played that with an angle to be able to bring other reds into play, i.e. clear the pink spot. And he can't clear the pink spot, so we've got still a little bit of more work to do. Where's the pink going to go? Behind its own spot. There's no room for the pink to go on its own spot. I thought for a moment, looking at that picture, the pink would have spotted. Obviously not. No, is that in line? It looks a little bit to the left to me.
12.
This the key shot. Got to be top side and into them.
13.
Gone too far. If he gets the angle on the red, it'd be try number 2, but he hasn't got the angle on the red. That could
16.
It could honestly turn out in his favour, this, because he could now play the screw off the edge of the pack. As you see, he didn't want to kiss the blue, as we show you that shot again. If he plays the screw it in and flicks off the bunch, he could bring the pink into play and be on blue or bought colour. It could turn out in his favour, but it's missable. It was always missable.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 16.
Yeah, and at full stretch, reaching over the brown, he was never looked comfortable to me. So it's a let-off, Mark Selby will be thinking. The way the frames have gone this week in the matches, with so many big breaks, if your opponent doesn't make 60 or 70 when they pot the first red, you feel as though you've been let off. Good pot from Mark. Now, well,
1.
I think he's just about on the brown. There's 1, 2 loose reds, but maybe a bit of value here in playing the brown and going into the cluster. Well, did those reds move?
Five.
Just needed a bit more side on. That was all.
Yes, or a fraction slower to give the side time to take. He did it very, very hard, that one.
Mark Selby, 5.
It was a chance that's been missed. So both players have had an opening chance in this frame. A frame that's obviously more important for O'Sullivan than for Mark, because Mark, even at 4-4, he'd be delighted with his afternoon's work. He'll be doing cartwheels if he can win all 4 of this session and come out of it 5-3, having trailed 3-1 at the interval. When was the last time you did a cartwheel, JV?
Yeah, I haven't done many, Willie, over the years. Maybe in '99 when Man United won the treble in Stadium, the new camp, wasn't it?
What part of London do you live, John?
Not a good safety shot though, once again from Ronnie. For some reason, he's just catching the bought colours. He was getting a good length, particularly in his match last night. Every time he played safe, as though it was glued to the bought cushion. But hand on the table, chance of a pot, and if not, an easy return to balk. And this is good. Ronnie with a big problem here. Couldn't have worked out better, but that is the difference. If you leave your opponent with his hand on the table, you can expect the worst. Trying to rest on these 2 reds that are just to the left of the black. He's got to miss the blue. He's done that. Good line. Good length. Good hits. He's giving this thought. The importance of this frame to Mark Selby, you know, you can understand 3-1 down to finish this session 5-3 in front. He would really take some positive vibes back to his hotel room. And Ronnie, on the other hand, well, he'd be very disappointed to lose 4 frames on the trot. You never saw that coming the way he's been playing in this tournament. All depends really on this safety exchange. Who's going to force the error? Who's going to play that good safety? Mark Selby did, but Ronnie escaped. Well, that's what Ronnie can see from Hawkeye and his... I think he's a bit concerned. Let's have another look at Hawkeye. You see, he can get past the blue, but he's frightened of leaving that red to the right corner. He doesn't feel as though he can hit the reds thin enough to come back behind the green, as we saw Mark Selby do a few shots ago. And he feels as if he doesn't get down the right-hand side of the table, he's going to leave this red on.
But where the pink and black are, John, wouldn't you be thinking, well, as long as I get a good pace of cue ball, I don't mind him having a go at that red?
Yeah, I can see what you're saying, Willie. Don't over-egg the pudding.
Don't over-egg the pudding. It's one I've not heard before, but I'm sure we'll work it out eventually.
Well, don't look for problems that are there. I mean, he's given a lot of thought to this. We're coming up to 2.5 minutes. He's got a straightforward safety shot down the right-hand side of the table. Maybe he's trying to make it too perfect.
Yeah, I've just asked John JV to put a little circle in for me as Ronnie's having another little think there. If you played this safety shot and put the white anywhere in that circle, wouldn't you want him to have a go at that red, John?
Yeah, I'm not certain he can get to the circle, but yeah, I mean, if he gets a good length with the cue ball, then I can only assume the red on the left-hand side of the table is the one that's causing him concern. But I have to say, not 3.5 minutes worth.
Goes without saying, this is a massive frame for O'Sullivan. He'll be so disappointed to have led 3-1 and let it slip. Well, he's decided to play the half ball safety. He could hit the blue here on the way back. He's got to be careful. Got to be careful. Well, if he misses the yellow, this is first class. That's as good as he could have played. The only other concern I've got, John, I'm just wondering whether there's a plant on in that group of 5, but it doesn't look like there is, so I don't know quite. It was a great shot he played.
No, he thought long and hard, nearly 4 minutes. I've not seen Ronnie take that long over many shots, but the red I thought he was concerned about, he has left. And Mark Selby has knocked it in. So Ronnie was right to be concerned.
Very unlucky in his safety escape, though, that he hit the yellow. the way he did, because that shot to nothing wouldn't have been on. I mean, if it had kissed the yellow full ball, it wouldn't have been on. The fact that it kissed the half ball left it on for the run through. But still, a fantastic pot. Where pink and black are tough to win the frame at this visit, but boy, you can get a sizable lead. It's all about when he gets pink and black into play.
5.
How soon will it be?
6. $12. 13.
Now, is it decision time? Which do you bring into play? Do you try and bring the black into play by playing the cannon, or do you try and go 2 cushions into the bunch to bring the pink into play? Choice of shots here, both of which are not straightforward. Well, this helps. If I didn't realise this red potted. And if he plays the deep screw, pink will come into play. There it is, it does pot.
18.
Deep screw with the reverse side. Blue or bought colour. The bonus is if you get on the pink. Out comes the pink.
19.
Played for the blue, but second prize is there, the pink.
Yes, and the other bonus, of course, he was bringing those other reds into play. Maybe not as much as he would like, but well, he might have another chance. Oh no, he could just screw across the face of them for a red to the same pocket as the pink. Now, where's the pink go? It's okay.
25.
Worst way, it's available to the right middle pocket. This is a good chance. And these 3 reds now around the pink, all available. And the pink will put him 21 points in front. A real battling performance, this from Mark Selby.
32.
His favourite to take a 2-frame advantage into this evening's session.
$33.
Well, Steve Davis was the best all-round match player in the 80s and early 90s. John Higgins took that mantle over, going past the millennium. Is Mark Selby now becoming the best match player in the game? We know that he's beatable when people are playing well against him, because now and again he doesn't score as high as most, but
39.
tactically he's very, very good. And to take 4 frames off O'Sullivan playing well, because Ronnie hasn't played bad, he's just been kept off the board.
40.
This is first class.
Pink to go 35 points in front, so he's still looking for another couple of reds here. Just overcooked that slightly. Wanted to be straightish on this red. It's
46.
just a little bit awkward now, because the natural angling pot in this is going to run into the pink. So he's got to just judge the cannon and the path of the cue ball. And judged it
47.
well. Nice little cannon on the pink to develop it. 36 points in front. Pink will put in 42 points in front, with a possible 51 left. So after the pink, he still needs one more red and a colour.
Decided to play at pace, trying to risk something happening. This red's still on, and he can go up for one of the baulk colours without nudging into the other two reds. So 42-point lead. This is game ball. Whatever you do, don't kiss the red just above it. Play a shot to nothing. Play for probably green or yellow. Even the blue's not too bad. You see, he was trying to be too careful. Should have stunned it.
Selby, 53.
Made sure the red comes away from the pocket just in case. Boy, what a big frame this is now.
Yeah, and you could see his annoyance when he flopped down back in his seat. He knew that was a glorious opportunity. I think he played it that way, thinking he'd give it every chance to go in the pocket. He only needed that red and any colour, and look at him. That was a golden opportunity. As he let Ronnie off the hook, we'll see.
One.
Well, he won't mind that, Ronnie. He's finished absolutely inch perfect on this blue, and that was a tricky red to control the cue ball, and he couldn't have finished better. So, the first part, the first step, has gone well.
And there's plenty of room here to be on the outside red of the two. If he gets on a colour at a nice angle off this red, you fancy him to pinch the frame, and it would be a body blow if he did for Mark Selby. This is the key shot. It's not potting the red, it's getting the angle to get onto the last red. Potting the red shouldn't be a problem. Just finding the angle on a colour. Done that a few times today. I don't know whether he's got a bit of leather hanging away from the tip a little bit that's causing him a problem. In goes the red. Is the angle there? I don't think it is. On and off the cushion. Can he get close to the red from that angle? No. May play twice across here. May play this really at pace. He's played to kiss the black, and if he gets the kiss, what a shot. Oh! Can he see it? He actually
13.
kissed the black, John. Did that
Yeah, he
stop
didn't
him
play
get a
to
position?
kiss the black, did he? He just played to run past it. And I think he can just about get through to this red. I think if it had just run past the black, it'd have been inch perfect. But he just nudged the black, but I think he's enough room for the red. He couldn't do a lot with the cue ball. He knew by potting the red he was going to leave the black a little bit more difficult. So still another good shot needed to pot this black.
Well, the fact that the green's off its spot helped this shot. What a shot this is, by the way. What a shot.
21.
Absolutely top draw. And now, a frame that he never looked like winning. Mark Selby was one pot away from winning it. To level at 4 each.
23.
Well, Ken mentioned in the studio how nice it was to not see centuries every frame, because in some ways this has been a lot more exciting. These last 3 or 4 frames could have gone either way. All 4 could have gone to Selby. It looks like only 3 of the 4 maybe now.
26.
Yeah, I always think in this clear, even though the balls are on the spot, this is the key shot from brown to blue. If he gets perfect on the blue, he cannot
30.
help but clear up. But he's run too far. He's run too far, so the cue ball's going to have to travel before it comes to rest on the pink.
As long as he avoids being off in the middle. He may have played this a fraction too hard.
35.
He may have played this a fraction too hard. This is not over yet. This is tricky. I fancy him potting the pink, but not only is he going to pot the pink, it's a tough shot to get position on the black. He's going to have to play with a lot of screw and check side. It's there. It's there. Ronnie Sullivan has made plenty of
41.
clinching frame-winning contributions to pinch frames. This will be up there with the best he's done for some time. Well, what a fantastic session of snooker. We've had everything. We've had the breaks, but what we've had are close frames. That's the first close one Ronnie O'Sullivan's won, and won it at the right time to keep himself all square in this match. What a session we're going to have this evening. It's 4-all.
Ronnie O'Sullivan to break. That'll do now. Quiet, please.
What a fantastic reception for both these players. If you read some newspaper report throughout the week, apparently snooker's dead. Yeah, right.
Excellent break-off from Ronnie. That's been something that has been pleasing all players this week. The break-off has improved throughout the last few tournaments. A lot of reds been stuck up, as you can see there from Hawkeye, that no reds are available.
Fractionally short of pace, so much so
Ronnie O'Sullivan 4.
that he has left a tempter for Ronnie O'Sullivan in the yellow pocket.
Well, there's a gentleman that we're very pleased to see here, James Kahn, one of the gentlemen from the Dragon's Den. I think this is his first snooker tournament, and there's Serge from Kasabian, the group, big fan of Mark Selby, the Leicester player, of course, the jester from Leicester.
Here's the lads from Kasabian. Got Mark Selby over the line last year here. Wonder if Mark's paid for them to come down.
Ronnie's taken his time deciding whether this pot is a little bit too risky. This afternoon I saw Ronnie play a shot that almost took him 4 minutes to decide, something I've never ever seen before. Already coming up to a minute, which is very unusual for Ronnie O'Sullivan. Looks like he's decided to take the pot on now, decided not to. Clever shot, covering the right-hand side of the pack with the green.
Yes, and Mark Selby doesn't seem to have any type of escape path back to the ballken, so it may be a repeat of the last effort to somehow get into the back of that pack of a couple of cushions. He was a bit shy of pace last time. I doubt if he'd be shy of pace this time, but it's whether he's got the angle past the brown to use those same lines. Perhaps a little bit of side spin. Shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Well, you can see there both players over the tournament have been playing very, very consistently, both over 90% pot success rate.
No way back to baulk for Ronnie O'Sullivan. Ronnie O'Sullivan didn't have a path back to baulk. I think how he's left that, Mark Selby possibly has. Obviously playing this with right hand spin. Got to make sure he doesn't collide with the blue. That's the only problem. Not so bad colliding with the green, but he'll still be disappointed because at the very least Ronnie O'Sullivan has a decent safety opportunity. I ideally would have liked to have got behind the green, but perhaps it wasn't possible with that one. I would imagine, though, that Mark Selby could thread his way past to behind the green. The only thing he'd have to be careful of, playing this outside right red, is that he pushes a red towards the left-hand corner pocket.
Sure there, Ronnie, as normal, keeping his hands warm. He always brings some hot water in a little cup to warm his fingers, and as Steve rightly says, the angle there is to get him behind the green, but he's pushed the red over the corner. Has he covered it? Well, he's not covered it, but it's just gone away enough away from the pocket to make it missable. He'll take it on, though.
It's very thin. It's going to be difficult to control the cue ball.
Yes, he's reluctant to get down straight the way and play it, but he'll make sure that it comes away from the pocket, even should he miss the pot. He might not even play it, he might play it purposely thick. Yeah, he played it purposely thick. He didn't play the pot. And he played it excellently. That's a great shot. So a lot of safety being played this evening so far. Both these players were in fairly decent break building form this afternoon. Selby breaks of 82.76 and a couple of 50s. Ronnie, of course, had a break of 101.68 and a couple of 40s. So, on reflection, it's just about the right frame score, 4-4.
Yes, and it was an excellent session of snooker this afternoon. Something for everybody. A nice round of applause there from a very knowledgeable crowd here. There is the outside possibility that Ronnie O'Sullivan could take this red on and thread his way back up the table between black and reds. It looks like it's the right angle to do that, so possibly a shot to nothing. Called it far too thin, and that's why he did collide with the red and black. How much damage has he done?
That'll do,
Perhaps not a lot
you.
if this is dead straight, because if it's dead straight, you have a lot of difficulty in getting out for the black. He's just off straight, so he can play a little stun run through. So this is the first chance in this opening session. Ideally, would like to get on the blue, really, then get into the bunch. That would help. Played for the blue, but didn't hit it very well.
I'd have been quite pleased with that. He can cut the blue in. Very thin shot. Could possibly try and cut the blue in with right hand spin and try and get into the pack of reds. Might be going in at pace here, this blue. Cue ball flying around the table off two cushions. Bit unlucky there.
Very much so. Excellent shot.
6.
It's a very aggressive call from you, Steve.
Thanks, Willie. I thought you might play that even harder, to be quite honest. Perhaps he couldn't have got so much side spin on. This is missable. Tough red coming up here.
Seven.
Well, good luck and bad luck there. Mainly bad. I suppose good luck that he didn't go in off, but there was a possibility there for a split second. He was going to end up on the black.
And also, if it had hit the red rather than the jaws, it would have brought that red into play and been on probably the blue or bought colour. So all in all, I think we'll go for the bad luck. I think he was very unlucky there. It was a good pot.
Not easy to get a good safety shot here. Oh, that's a very aggressive effort to get behind one of the balk colours. Very good shot indeed.
7.
Well, it's poked its nose out, and from Ronnie's perspective, not a problem to get back to the bottom of the table, but got to make sure he doesn't put a red over a corner pocket. Well, he completely mishit that. Hit it so thin, he got inside the red on the top cushion. A tempter for Mark Selby into the corner pocket. And not the type of shot these days players refuse. They're a lot more aggressive these days to pot that red. I know it's a risky one, but I don't think he likes it though, does he?
You wouldn't play that if I offered you 5,000 quid in a match.
Didn't say me, I said Mark. I've seen a lot of players take these on. Screw back for the blue, safety. He's not even considering it, so 1-0 to you in the commentating stakes, will he?
Good effort. Knew that one at least he could play it as a shot to nothing. Red in the bunch would of course been a little bit more dangerous. There's a lot of knowledgeable crowd here this evening, and they've travelled from far and wide. These were a very knowledgeable audience, aren't they, Steve, those?
Well, budding commentators, obviously. Red over the corner. There they are, engrossed. Not too sure if that's an impression of you or something from Monty Python. I think he's got an angle on this red, and if so, he can escape from this corner. First realistic chance.
Well, as we've said many times, there's two loose reds, and if the pink spot's covered, he may decide to play for the two reds and get the pink after the two reds that are to the right of the corner there, because it would go on the black spot. But if it's not, he may go into them. Now, this is the first, as Steve said, the first real scoring chance from either player. Mark Selby, as we know, did lead 4-3 the first time he led in the match. He has every chance here of leading again.
Obviously, in this situation, the player would be looking to get the black back on the spot. But the fact that the pink spot is occupied, well, it means effectively the pink becomes the black, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And he might bring the pink out here and get it back there immediately. And this now becomes a frame winning opportunity. Now he's got a big ball at this end of the table, free in both pockets.
Mark Selby would have been very frustrated at the end of the session not to have led it 5-3. Was one red away really from clinching that last frame. It was a fantastic clearance from Ronnie O'Sullivan to level matters. So everything to play for. And as is always the case at the start of a session, an effort and a chance to try and stamp your authority early in the session. This is one he'd love to convert.
That was very careless. Shouldn't have been anywhere near those two reds. They both potted anyway, and he didn't play to kiss them. He just played to just come inside them and just flick out into open play. He's left himself hampered. And because he left himself hampered, you can always miss anything. That wasn't the bad shot, it was the shot before. Position from red to pink in catching the two reds. They're always missable when you're cutting back into a blind pocket, as we've seen many times before. So I'm sure it has surprised Ronnie O'Sullivan. That's getting back to the table very quickly.
One.
The shot that Mark obviously meant to play, we've got a chance on Hawkeye to show you here that this is what he actually did play and get the kiss. what we can show you in a few moments' time after Ronnie's potted the next ball. We can show you now. There you see it straight away. That's how he wanted to play it. So he's going to be very frustrated sitting down, knowing that he now should have won this opening frame. He's going to sit and hope Ronnie breaks down. The next 30 or 40 points look straightforward.
Six. Seven.
Just going to make sure he gets higher on the black spot to avoid snookering himself on this red. And has he snookered himself? That is a mistake if he
13.
has. He has. So, can he swerve round? That's tight. He's going to have to put some side spin on. I don't like this much. What a great shot. Oh, it was risky though. Thought he got it.
13.
Both players now been careless. Mark Selby, his last visit, as Steve mentioned there, he's going to make sure he finishes high and didn't do. So it's a typical opening frame on the final night at the Masters.
Don't want to labour the point too much, but if ever there was going to be a situation where a more or less brand new cue wasn't your friend, it was on a touch swerve shot like that. I think he did have another option of a long red, possibly into the green pocket, I'm not sure, but pretty tense out there at the moment.
Seven. Eight.
Red on the pink spot is free. But of course that means then the pink will only be available into two pockets, but I don't think he's got an option to play for any other red. Now he'd like to finish short on this so he can run through and flick another red into play, and I think he can do that.
14.
That's a very clever shot. He's left himself an angle to bring other reds into play. I don't know whether he's going to screw back for the blue or just run it through. Decided on the screw shot. Unlucky to put the pink safe, but excellent shot.
I've got to say, how well does Mark Selby strike those shots? It's such a positive hit. If ever you were trying to explain to a club player how to hit the ball, just copy the hit of Mark Selby. So positive through the ball.
20.
It's too dangerous really to risk the kiss on the red by potting the red off the cushion and playing the cannon into the red next to the pink. But looking at the scoreboard now, he's 24 in front. There may be a little bit of mileage in it purely because he still has a chance he could finish on the black, or he could even knock the pink towards the middle. It's hard to find a case against the kiss, Steve, isn't it? As usual, sitting on the fence.
21.
Well, I was just trying to work out the scores, actually.
I must admit, I didn't think the pink potted where the red was, so that was an excellent positional shot he played there.
$27.
He's looked at the slightly more difficult red on the cushion because that avails better position. He's cannon into another red here. He's 31 in front. Needs two reds, two big colours. Needs that red to bounce off the cushion, and it hasn't
28.
done, so he needs one more good shot.
You've got to say he's very much the favourite, because even if this goes wrong, he should be able to control the situation from here. Tremendous amount of power.
34.
Even though that pink was a relatively straight pot, power shot bounced the cue ball, created a bit more of an angle.
35.
5-4, Selby looks ominous.
Yes, this is frame ball, of course, but Ronnie will probably carry on for the snookers as its first frame. That is very well played. The break's only 41, but he had to work really, really hard for that.
41.
Still got to be careful with that red by the black, so there'll be no heroics, and quite cleverly making sure he gets the red away from the black.
White in behind the green is what he'll be playing as well.
Mark Selby, 41.
Excellent break. Selby settled down. Remains to see how long it is before Sullivan does. Just one snooker required. If Ronnie can guarantee potting the pink or black, he'll play to pot the red here. He's just had a little glance at the scoreboard. Looks very thin, but I think he can play it slow enough to hold for the pink or black. Oh, this black would help, because otherwise the pot's not a certainty.
Doesn't really want to play the blue. It means 39 behind. One snooker, a 4-point snooker now, not enough.
6. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 6.
Yes, there's a little bit careless from Ronnie there. Obviously the cut in the middle was very, very tough to play any slower than he did. He probably played the cannon on the black, and because he missed it, had to take the blue, which, as Steve said, now needs one to tie. Hello, you can't play.
Oh.
Mark, you're too good a player to even think about playing a shot like that.
Do you know what? If that red was a bit further up the table, it would be very close to a free ball. It's not.
That's one of the most careless shots I've ever seen Mark Selby play. A body blow came in frame 8, a frame he should have won to go 5-3. If he throws this one away, it will be tough to see him remain his composure in the next 10 or so minutes. That's a little bit unlucky from Ronnie, nearly perfect, but Mark can get through to this.
Yes, it was very unlucky. He could have put Mark Selby in a lot of trouble there. He's in a fair bit of trouble anyway, in some respects. So this is a tough safety to get. Good from. Black's a bit out of commission though, so Ronnie may refuse anything that he can't get on the black should he have a go at the red.
I was just going to ask you which way you'd play it. I'd have played to cut the red in the side cushion, which he has done. Probably a little bit too hard though. Needs the blue to come to his rescue.
Which it has, and I think Ronnie can clip the edge of this, can he? Or is it off the bottom cushion? No, he can clip it. Oh, this looks as if it... No, I thought for a minute it was just going to get there, but...
Excellent safety there.
Yes, even so.
Which way this time, Steve? Same shot?
I think he's unfortunately got to push it towards the black. He's got the weight very nice here. He'd delighted to see where that's ended up.
Fortunate, didn't play to put it there like Steve suggested. He played to put it on near the black or on the side cushion. Ronnie's played 2 or 3 great safety shots on the trot, but this may be quite an easy escape because he can clip the red onto the green and play the white back up towards the black spot area. As long as he doesn't knock the green in, that's the only thing that can go wrong. And I haven't seen him going off, Steve. That'll be in his mind.
Yeah, he has an alternative safety shot, putting the red on one side cushion and the cue ball on the other side cushion. Sometimes they're easier options.
But if he does clip it onto the green, he can't fail to get the snooker. But it is a little bit dangerous. Took your choice, Steve, because the plant must have been on. The only problem with that, if you don't get the snooker, you're asking for trouble, but it appears to have played it very nicely indeed. Well, obviously, we can't tell from here that he can see this red. And that's gone okay, because I don't think he can get to the right-hand side of the brown with enough side.
Well, good parts for Ronnie O'Sullivan. The bad part, the blue's gone safe. Makes the clearance in one visit more difficult. Of course, Ronnie O'Sullivan would be clearing to draw. Oh, that's different. And all of a sudden,
Foul. Miss.
from having won the
Free
frame
ball.
after potting that pink,
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4.
effectively won the frame, certainly in his mind. All of a sudden,
There's
It'll
3
be all
things
at
Ronnie
sea.
can do here, isn't he? He can play the pot the pink as a free ball, play it slow enough to still snooker him, have
Get-
it played from there, or replace. What would you do?
could get the blue out and play behind the black.
It's far too advanced, Steve. Surely he's only pot the pink or put him back.
Well, he's got to try and clear up as well. He's got to try and force the pace here. And
Blue ball.
1 each. The Nugget has come out of retirement and called a shot right. Phone the police. Oh, Selby's played 3 very careless shots in this frame. And it's unlike Mark because he's usually very meticulous in his safety exchanges. I mentioned this afternoon it was yourself in the 80s who was the best all-round player. Then it was John Higgins. But Selby is very close to being that.
fantastic match player. Up against it all of a sudden here. Ronnie O'Sullivan needs, at the moment, red with brown. Blue goes into open play. Red with brown.
Is it time to push the boat out? I think it probably is. He can play on and off the cushion for the brown in the corner. He can run through and play for either blue, pink or black as well. Which way will he play? I think he has to take the pot on. I think it's time to have a go. Wow, is this fluked? Has he fluked it? Has he fluked it? Well, you can't believe it, can you? Mark Selby's just looked up at the commentary box as if to say, how on earth can that happen? I think it's you who's talked about the snooker gods in the studio the other day, and because Mark's kind of played a couple of bad shots, it's amazing that they don't forget.
5.
Well, overscrewed that, but being left-handed as well. Needs a good strike on this, though.
7.
Well, this fluke, very rarely do you see a fluke go. You see it go along the top cushion, as we saw with John Higgins' fluke black against Ding Junhui earlier on, but to cling to the cushion against the nap as well, that's very, very unusual. This will be a body blow.
10.
Well, when Mark Selby initially took on that speculative
14.
cut into the corner pocket, the last thing really on his mind was the possibility of going anywhere near the middle, but he mishit it so badly, pretty thick I think, that the cue ball careered into that middle pocket.
Yeah, but it was the way he missed the snooker and left the free ball as well. For somebody of Mark's class,
19.
that's just unheard of. I mean, he's too good a player, and that just shows you what nerves can do for you. He made a break of 41 earlier on in this frame and looked to be in control. Played one bad positional shot.
25.
But it's been the fluke from O'Sullivan. That is now winning the opening frame. It was a very, very scrappy affair. Each player had plenty of chances. Selby should have won it, as he should have won the frame 8 this afternoon. He didn't. He's lost them both and now trails by 5 frames to 4. Did the 3 tenors ever have a number 5 in the charts? Snooker Loopy got to number 5. I think they had a number 1 a few times, didn't they? 3 tenors and 4 is another. It just shows you how, when you can have a couple of body blows, as the Glads talked about in the studio, Steve, the fact that Mark Selby should be 6-3 in front, is now 5-4 behind, and that's the worst break-off he's done in the whole tournament.
Well, reeling from that last frame, and as John said in the studio, from the frame in the first session. So an early chance for Ronnie O'Sullivan to try and keep the heat on. Some of the crowd still getting back to their chairs, so Ronnie's just waiting a bit of time, just until they get settled down. Fantastic crowd here this evening, obviously with so many people. Understandable, a bit of crowd movement. Looks to be no problem to stay on the black. Maybe a bit wide, but dropping it in.
1.
Reds don't look ideally placed, but how often have we said that with Ronnie O'Sullivan at the table, and a couple of shots later they're spread all over the table. 2 reds to the right hand side of the pack, or the red to the right hand side of the pack. Pack looks like a nice one to collide with. So an angle, a little bit low on the black.
9.
Pot the black into the red on the right, should open up nicely.
Yes, if he could actually get the gap in between the 2 reds, he'd actually prefer that, but the gap's not quite there. That's what he actually tried to do. He played it okay. Still not perfect, though. If he'd have looped through the gap there,
16.
he'd have had them spread far and wide. It just caught the red that Steve mentioned.
Not too sure if he can avoid any more cannons on the reds here. They're trying to keep that thick.
Ronnie O'Sullivan,
pot it
16.
thick and keep on the black. He got the dreaded kick, which threw the ball thicker, just fractionally. You can see there Ronnie up quickly, realising he'd missed it. So a reprieve. Mark Selby would dearly love to get a few points on the board here.
Well, this is another one of those gaps that's absolutely perfect. The one directly above the black, he doesn't want to hit that full ball. If he can hit a half ball on the left through that little gap, that would be a similar shot to what Ronnie tried to play in the previous one. But he played that poorly. Boy, he played that bad.
8.
Oh, what a slice of luck that is. What a slice of luck. Look how the balls have come to rest here. Looks like it's going to be safe. And all of a sudden the ball pushes another ball towards the middle pocket.
Mark Selby 8.
At the moment, Mark Selby is reeling. If he was a boxer, he'd be on the ropes, and the opponent would be in a situation to take him down. It's not exactly the same at snooker. You have more time to recover. Fortunately for Mark Selby, he's left nothing. And all of a sudden, when you're struggling out there, sometimes even the safety shots become difficult. Playing thin off the red by the middle pocket, up and down the table. He's got to play it thin enough to avoid the red on the way back, but not too thin.
That's a better safety, but the length is just going to be short.
Yes, I think he'd settle for that. Fortunately, the brown's obstructing good cueing, so although he spotted a shot to nothing, this red here, even though it's bridging over the brown,
I think the only good thing, as you mentioned a few moments ago, you feel like Mark Selby's on the ropes, and I totally agree with you. But I'm not too sure Ronnie's feeling too good at the moment, so he may get chance to just get his form back that he had this afternoon. I think it's one of those matches at the minute, Steve, where it's a case of who's going to play well first.
well, that's why I think this match has been fascinating. We've seen some incredible snooker this week where players have just not missed a ball. It hasn't been exactly the case in the final. It's still been excellent snooker, but there's been an element of doubt in a lot of the frames as well. It's added to the fascination. Mark Selby left with a bit of a problem here. That red's a lot more difficult than it looks. Don't like that, do you?
No, there's reds in either top pocket, isn't there? Both of which avail A, tough pots, and B, very tough to get back into a safe position. And to get back into balk's a problem. That's the reason he's taking so much time. He may decide to roll this one in down the left-hand side and drop on the black. As long as he gets the white on the back cushion, it might be worth the risk.
Loath to play a safety shot with possible pots and safety at the same time. So players always looking for an opportunist into a frame of snooker, into a break, and this is the possible shot that Hawkeye thinks. Oh, hold on 1 second. Apologies. Is he playing this with backspin? Not too much. Wow, what a screwback. What a screwback. What a shot that was.
That is so unlucky. I mean, he's going to be put straight back in, no question. But, I mean, Mark Selby showed what cue power he possesses.
Not absolutely sure that the situation's worse for Mark Selby. He's got a long red he can now take on into the right corner. Could he dump it onto the top cushion? I'm not too sure if it's dead straight.
Yeah, just off straight, so he can play the run through and play for blue or balk colour. This shot looks great when you get close to the pot because you get a good white, but if you hit it like that, you lose the path of the white and hence you're going to stick them up. They can make it look so silly, but has the yellow come to his rescue? We've seen everything here, haven't we? Goodness me. Ronnie can't believe it. Mark can't believe it.
Amazing. Is that the reward for the unfortunate fluke on the pink? Is the man upstairs watching this match?
It's been a very, very strange start, hasn't it? It really has. And that could be a real saver for Mark because, as you mentioned, he's not feeling at his best at the moment. And all of a sudden, if he had left Ronnie, here's the shot being played again. Because he hit it so thick, all the pace went out of the white. If it had stuck Ronnie in and Ronnie wins the frame at one visit, he'd now be sitting down thinking, oh, 6-4, I've let it go. I should be 5-3 in front. I should be 6-3 in front. But now he's got a chance just to regroup. You must have had negative feelings sometimes, Steve, did you? Even though you were the best player in the world for a long time. Did you ever let negative things come into your mind?
I think when you're in full flow on the snooker table, as we've seen this week, so many of the players, that, you know, they get in the groove, and it's an easy game. It's really sort of sometimes the great players are decided by what happens when things go wrong, and how quickly they can recover. So, you know, can Mark Selby recover his composure before the interval? I know it seems early in the frame and in the match, but sometimes it only takes one good shot to get back in. That's perhaps the difference. One good shot, and all of a sudden your confidence comes back.
If Mark could miss the side of the pack and get back into ball because a shot to nothing, he could play this red in the middle, but I don't see how he can miss the edge of the bunch. And it's one of those, if you do play it, you're going to have to risk just cannon into the reds and hope to be on black or yellow.
How brave a shot to pot the red, stun past the face of the blue for the black into the left-hand corner.
Yeah,
how
like
brave
that.
is that?
Like that. I think he's going to have to play that, Steve.
Knowing full well if he misses it, he's going to leave Ronnie O'Sullivan the red by the black spot.
Okay.
He's already come around the table to have a look at the black. It obviously pots. This is the type of shot, if you get this, all of a sudden the mistakes of the first frame evaporate.
Yes, he's looked at the angle, but he's going to have to, unfortunately, finish only about a foot away from this bottom right-hand pocket, which means the black's going to be at distance. If the blue wasn't on its spot, that's the line that he'd like the cue ball to go over the blue, and then we get a lot closer to the black. But that blue's just in the way to bring the white out into open play.
Something like this would be nice, just across the face of the blue.
Oh, has he got it? He's playing it. He's playing it, but he flicked the blue. Needs a bit of luck, and he's got plenty. Well, haven't we seen everything? Ronnie's laughing at me in the commentary box as he saw that cue ball career into the jaws. Goodness me, this has been a very strange opening to a Masters final night.
Eight. 9.
That was missable as well. No, it looked an easy shot. Now, obviously, the yellow has become a bit of a problem for Mark Selby.
Yes, he'd like to get rid of that after the next red if he could, to make those two reds available for the black. So if he can get on the yellow, he should play to get on it now.
16.
Just coming round to have a little look what angle he needs. Because as Steve mentioned, that's causing a problem. Once that's out of the way, this becomes a frame with an opportunity, and I don't think we've seen as many flukes this week as we've seen already in this match this evening. There's been some strange goings on. Decided that
17.
Getting on the yellow was too tricky, so he's getting on the pink this time.
There are a couple of reds at the side of the pack that do pot, so he's in position for one of those now. The right hand red of that triangle of 6, the loose triangle of 6, pots as well.
23.
But then after that, there's problems. It's not the best ball to get on, is it, the yellow from there, where it is?
Yeah, but he's got to get rid of it, Steve,
Yeah.
as you rightly say. OK, those two reds are free either side of the triangle, but there'll be another 2 free once the yellow's gone.
So not the black here, the yellow.
I think so. Unless he's going to leave himself hampered. If he's going to leave himself where he has to queue over the bunch, he's just having another look now how much room he's got to get onto the yellow. He knows it's the right shot, but can he play it in such a way that the yellow's unmissable? He doesn't want to leave it so he's hampered. So yellow's the
24.
ball, and this is already the key ball in this frame. It's a little bit thinner than he would like, but should be able to miss the kiss on the 2 reds. On the right-hand side to make sure he does miss those 2 reds, and now he'll be disappointed not to win the frame at this visit, and I think the way the match has gone, it's a frame he needs to win.
26. 27.
Leaving the black alone for that particular positional shot. Blue and pink pot into the right middle. You can see the head shaking there of Mark Selby. Does do a bit of shaking on the shot. It's not necessarily nerves
33.
in the sense of being frightened. It's just the adrenaline, really.
This is the only one of the top players that has any sort of movement in his head, and it's just something he's always done.
Terry Griffiths used to shake like a leaf, still knocked him in off the lampshade.
Yeah, but that was nerves with Terry, it's not with Mark. You see a little bit of movement with the head, and when he plays the shot, though, you can see the head is perfectly still. As Steve
34.
mentioned, the bottom one of that cluster of 5 will pot in the opposite corner to the one he's playing the black into. There's a bit of mileage in playing the cannon, that red there, the middle of the 3 on the right-hand side. The only reason being, you might not get a better angle on the black to do that. Don't think there's either of the 4 reds are plantable into any pocket. Or is it the wrong red? Is it the wrong ball? That's twice, is it the wrong ball? He's
41.
getting into them too much.
He may just have potted the black a bit thick as well. It may have slowed the cue ball down as well. So he's got a long one into the yellow pocket. You'd expect him to get this. It looks lined up. These are not that difficult.
Yes, it helped that it was dead straight, didn't it? That took all the pressure off the pot, the fact that you could keep cue ball, object ball and pocket all in your eye line. And it's only like really playing a dead straight black off the spot, as long as you stay still. It was virtually unmissable, but luckily for him it was straight. And now Mark Selby will be horrified if he doesn't win the frame at this visit.
Yes, and this would go a long way to
47.
repair the damage of the shock of losing the first frame.
Yes, it's hard to say.
48.
Well, he's put the old Moody, I've got a kick routine there. He just put a bit of side on that he didn't mean to. Any harder, that wouldn't have gone in. It was hard to decide which is giving him the most problems. Having the 2-hour break in between losing the last frame of the session when he's had 2 hours to think about it, or losing the first one this evening when he's only had 10 minutes to think about it, or 5 minutes even. But with that red now wiping its feet and going in, 40 in front, red, black, red, and we're all square again.
54. $55.
Not sure if the pink spots. Obviously, Jan Verhaas immediately on it and thinks
61.
it does. Doesn't even bother to check the spot. So, not going to get in the way of any queuing problems. And over the line.
62.
And I think this time he is over the line. And a very relieved Mark Selby will be level.
Yes, I'm still
69.
apprehensive to say which player's in stroke at the moment. I think it's who makes the
70.
less mistakes at the moment. At the final of the Masters, Steve, you've been here in front of I think we've got best part of 2,000 people here this evening. And there's always tension at Wembley.
Yes, you know it's a special occasion.
77.
And even the best players in the world don't always produce the goods on the biggest of occasions.
78.
It's great when it works well. Always found it quite an overawing venue, the Conference Centre. Wembley Arena, not too much different. And all of a sudden, with the frame one,
81.
The right arm gets a bit freer. Can breathe a bit easier.
Bit of a shot he played with the rest.
83.
Screwing it in round 3 cushions. It was a brilliant positional shot.
$86.
Most of Mark
90.
Selby's centuries have come in the last 3 years when he became the real deal as far as a player's concerned. Take away the last 3
95.
years, Mark had only made about 20 odd centuries. He's made the last 60 odd centuries in the last 3 years. That's how much he's improved as a break builder. Here's another example here.
101.
His 106 competitive century break, and it's come at the time when he needed it most, when it looked like he was finding a little bit of trouble. But the break of 106 means Mark Selby has levelled the game again at 5-all, and we've got a great final on.
Sometimes it can work against the player who gets more of the support as well. It can put a bit more pressure on him.
And as an individual, sometimes it could spare the other one on. Depends what attitude you've got towards it. If you think, right, I'm going to show you, you know, sometimes it can make you find a few punch from somewhere.
Yes, always adored by the fans, Ronnie O'Sullivan. But Mark Selby's got his own supporters. A lot have travelled up from Leicester to watch him, as they did last year. He's got an army of supporters. We've always been blessed in Leicester. When I was playing on the circuit, we used to have a lot of travelling people come to watch. And the same with Mark. He's a likeable young man. I used to have the footballers. He's got the pop groups.
Yes, but they did travel in the opposite direction to where the match was, really.
Ooh, that was a low blow, wasn't it? Mr. Lineker was always watching me play, you know that. But we have got a fantastic game on now. Neither player are in top form, albeit that Mark Selby's just had a century. That's the first glimpse of the prowess in the break building department for a couple of frames.
It looks like he can go off the side of the pack and down the table. He's choosing other options. Well, that's a nice option. Oh, nearly went in. Has it poked its nose out? Very difficult one, even if it has. That's tough. Yes, when Mark Selby was standing there waiting for his walk-on, you could make the case he either looked totally focused or a bit nervous. I suggest the former. Perhaps now back on track. Is he going for this? No. It was pretty thin, wasn't it, Willie?
Yeah, I'm not too sure whether he could see enough of it, but Ronnie could be tempted with this red. It wasn't the best white he played there, Mark. Ronnie could be tempted with this red in the corner, knowing that he can screw off 2 cushions and be on the black. Not having anything, is he, in the long department, Ronnie? This tournament, I've seen him refuse more long shots than I have throughout his whole career.
Obvious safety shot off the side of the pack, that loose red, just out from the pack. As I'm sure you're aware from watching snooker regularly, the only problem, where did the other reds go? And there will be something going in this direction to the left. He'll be happy with that, although it's presented no problems for Ronnie O'Sullivan, who I'm sure can screw back behind the yellow. That's a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, the safety's tough now because the red on the left-hand side cushion is stopping the thin safety shot off either the side of the pack or the one he's going for now. He'd have to play it a little bit thicker than he would like just to make sure that he misses the kiss on the red. But then the kiss on the brown will be a problem in going back into balk. Yeah, there's the red. And that's a poor shot. Has he got away with it? I think he has. Ronnie's just smiling at Mark as he walked round the table there. He's trapped him. He's made the mistake. And very rarely, Steve, do you ever see Ronnie complain about run of the ball? But that is the first time I've seen it for 3 or 4 seasons at least.
Sometimes when a player, you feel cheated a bit as a player, don't you? Where you've actually got enough pressure on your opponent that you've forced the error by your good safety play. Your opponent makes the error, and you don't get the reward for it. But it looks like Ronnie's picked out a possible shot to nothing here across the table, back across to where roughly he is now. Has he left anything? He played it as if he wouldn't leave anything.
The one directly above the black will pot, and you can see Ronnie's frustration there that, well, I say it will pot, looking at that picture, maybe only off the far jaw, so that's a very, very good attempt from Ronnie. Mark can see the one in baulk, which he can stun in behind the brown. See, look where he's playing the cue ball, just in a position where he can play it as a shot to nothing. Very clever shot.
That was a good attempt at a pot as well. He wasn't that far out. And where he would have finished up, he wouldn't have put it past him to knock the blue in. Now, can Mark Selby get enough of this red to screw behind the brown? Turned down the opportunity to get behind the brown in preference to get the cue ball as close to the top cushion as possible. And there's never anything too wrong with that. As we've mentioned many times in commentary, when a snooker player can get his hand on the table, it makes the shot a lot more difficult. This is a tough one. What's he trying here? Very risky. Ah, the roll is not, that's not so risky. That's okay.
I like you for a second thought he was going to try and swing it round the 2 cushions off the 2 reds that are near the top cushion. Ronnie's still smiling at a few friends in the audience. He's got a lot of friends in the audience this evening. He had a little chuckle across the audience to Patsy Fagan, who's sitting in the front row. What a great player Patsy Fagan was, and he was just laughing that Ronnie was laughing at Patsy with the run of the ball that was going on. It's not only the Masters that's been played at Wembley. Patsy Fagan actually won a tournament here. I think it was the Dry Blackthorn Cup or something that was played here at Wembley. Patsy won that.
A fly on the ball there, whizzing around all over the table. Is it a moth?
He's not, is he? He has.
Well, Jan Verhaes will be very intent on catching this. Oh, he's one of the most accurate referees in the game today.
I'm sorry for the moth.
Well, concentration broken, but erring on the thin side is never as bad an option as
Mark Selby 4.
hitting it thick.
Yes, you don't mind that, Steve, do you? You don't mind if you play the shot again, but of course with the new 3-miss rule, you can afford to play the thin clip once more. You'd expect him to get it because the white's not in a position where there's any danger, really.
Yeah.
Yes, you wouldn't think you'd make the same mistake twice, but this is the area that possibly would be having trouble with a new cue. Just getting those subtle shots, safety shots, length of the table. No damage done, but he'll be disappointed with that. Wait a minute, coming around the table. What's he looking at? A 2-ball plant.
He's looked long and hard. I think this is on the way he's looked at it. Ray Sullivan was on walkabout as well, having a look to see whether he felt he left it on.
I said no damage done, but oh, that looks nice. It is missable, but I would suggest very gettable.
It's all about the cue ball here. He's going to have to play it very, very thin. It's a case of whether he wants to play it slow enough to be on a black or played at a bit of pace and beyond blue or bought colour. That was your answer, but he needed to spend a little bit harder than that. I don't know whether this is going to spring out far enough.
One.
The greens come to his rescue.
Cue ball's going to be doing some mileage here. But even if he goes astray, he's got the one along the top cushion. But he'd like perhaps one of the other loose reds up the top there. Has he come far enough? Very, very nice indeed.
4.
The red along the top cushion was missable. Now he's just going to work out what to do. If he left himself sort of just where the reds are here, or with the white ball.
5.
Does he now play the pot and smash into the pack, which is risky, or does he just play for the loose reds? I think he'd have to play for the loose reds.
Yeah, he's got 2 at the bottom of the bunch that will pot, so a little drag with side, and you saw him move his hand very quickly there. I think he felt he hadn't got enough side on that
12.
when he hit it, but just about got there, didn't it? He wanted to be straight on this, and he's not. He may have to play it for the blue. Let's have a look at what kind of angle he's got on this red, whether he can just about run through, but he's going to be pushing this red safe. Got to be careful here.
Well, he could have potted that black
13.
and careered into the rest of the pack. It was an option. Of
Yeah.
course, it could have gone wrong as well, but all of a sudden, now you look at how the pack's turned out. Possibly could have cut that in, gone into the reds by the pink spot, but it probably would have gone wrong as well.
That was the one that went wrong the previous shot, wasn't it? He had no option there but to push a red safe, but he played that as just about as good as he could, and he really got into that really nicely. Okay, he's only
20.
got pots in both middle pockets, but the white took off and went into it for the second time. He cued that beautifully. This is the key shot, though. If this goes in, could be a frame winner.
Well, these are always missable. Obviously, the 2 players that have reached the final of any tournament are in stroke, so you wouldn't expect him to miss it.
$21.
Well, you've got to take your hat off to Mark Selby once again, because when he was 5-4 behind, looked for all the money that he was going through a really shaky spell, and he's replied with breaks of 101, 21 and counting, and this is not beyond the realms of possibility that he'll score very heavily here. The balls are perfect.
Yeah, it's interesting. Mental resilience and great potting, but of course, as we've seen, it wasn't without mistakes, where a little bit of luck came into the equation as well. So you have to make the most of that luck. Ronnie O'Sullivan now can do nothing about this. And probably if you're a Ronnie O'Sullivan fan,
28.
you feel quite aggrieved at the situation. I think he can hold for the pink, but he may not be able to. So down for the blue or a bulk colour.
$29.
Blue's too thin, so choice of brown or green. The green avails absolutely perfect positions on the ones to the left of the pink. The brown he'll have to play on and off the cushion. The green's definitely the easier shot here for positional purposes. You can underhit this. Now, you know, if he's not on it, you know, the green was the only shot you couldn't get in trouble. You get in trouble from the brown.
Well, it was a bit of a thin cut on the green, but actually there was that option that it went wrong, that positional shot. Okay, you count yourself a bit unlucky. You've landed betwixt and between. But it was always going towards the pink, wasn't it? You'd expect him to get this. It's a judgment cut, but he hasn't got to do too much with the white ball.
Yeah, good recovery. Good recovery. He won't be busy taking the brown this time.
34.
Not that it doesn't have the same angle, of course, as he did on the last time when it could have gone wrong, but the green now or blue now will avail perfect position. The blue's perfect. 4 reds he can get on here, and he's on all 4.
39. $40.
Well, he's overscrewed that a fraction as well. He wanted to be a little bit lower on the pink than that, and then it would have been an easy stun for any one of the 4 reds, and all of a sudden he seems to have just gone a bit too far. It's caused a bit of a problem.
You can say adrenaline is causing him a few problems this evening. I think every shot that he has played badly, Steve, is when he's overscrewed it.
Yes.
46.
He wouldn't like to, really wouldn't have been so close to this red as this, so it'd probably be no problems and run through for the pink.
47.
Looks like he's going to be over the finishing line before having to play anything difficult. Underhit that a fraction.
53.
Got to say though, regardless of any mistakes and the odd bit of luck, great talent and great cueing.
The shot he wants to play is to screw round 2 cushions to stay on the black in the same pocket, but the red on the cushion is where he'd like the cue ball to go, so he might not be able to play the 2 cushion shot here. See, that red was just making things awkward.
54.
Hence, he's played a poor shot, because not on nicely either pink or black. That red wasn't there. That's exactly where the white ball needs to hit the cushion to come round the 2 cushions for the black. It was made awkward because of that red. Got to be careful here. And careful he was, and perfect on the red. The break goes to 61, the lead 65. Red and colour to take the lead once again at 6-5.
62. $68. $69.
No reason, now that the pressure's off, for him not to be able to go on to make back-to-back centuries here.
$76.
It's a bit of a shout where the last 3 reds are, Steve.
77.
Well, only because the pressure's off. Pop this black, knock a red out, get on another red, things like that.
How's he going to make one now then?
84.
Just enough room, I think, to get through to the potting angle of this red. Be screwing back for the blue because the black would leave tight on the cushion. Wow. He's got some cue power, this guy.
85.
Unlucky, really. But the brown's actually turned out to be nice. If the brown goes in, as we see the red, beautiful power, he can drop behind both these red, one in the middle and one in the corner. Needs to drop behind it, though. If he dropped behind it, that's excellent. That is very unlucky. Deserved a century off that last
89.
shot.
He'll cut it in.
Well, it was a good shout from Steve to try and get a century from that position, but he did what he had to do. He had to win a frame again at one visit. He did that with a break of 89 to lead 6-5. Jester from Leicester leading 6-5. The last frame before the mid-session interval and a change of commentary. This could well go all the way. Second time this evening, he's broke off terribly. This time the yellows come to his rescue, but a long pot available. And Ronnie, I think, needs to stamp a little bit of authority on this match. It's slipping away. When he's playing well, very rarely does he miss them. And the beauty of that shot, Steve, unlike most players who play them as a shots, and I think Ronnie always plays them at a pace to make it a shot for something.
Yes, at this level of play, you've more or less got to play for position off a shot like that. You don't get that many good chances. Now, with the pack as it is, how's Ronnie O'Sullivan going to go about splitting it open?
Well, he'd like to do it now, because if he went into them, that red would be available. As you can see there, though, he hasn't got the angle to do that. And when he goes into them in a few moments' time, he could stick on them.
11.
So this is not an ideal opportunity, this. But I've got to be honest, he is about the best
12.
breaker of the pack I've ever seen. Now, he sometimes plays the stun into them, but if he can arc it round the first red and play the screw, you may see the white go into the pack twice here. There goes the white twice, and he's stuck to them. He arced it round the front red, which he had to do, but he didn't get into him the second time.
19.
There was always going to be an element of that shot that had to rely on some sort of luck. He just couldn't guarantee getting a nice split there. Obviously, the safety shot is now an option. The very speculative possible double, well, with a bit of safety, I don't like that much. So, safety.
If only you were as aggressive as this out there, Steve.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 19.
Two reds on the side cushion on the right of the table are a problem in this safety shot. Shouldn't have too much difficulty in getting around the back of them. Is that one of yours? Well, it can't be one of yours, can it, on the wall there, Willie?
Well, he's not spotted it because the hair is this side of the table and not the other side. It's quite a big one, isn't it?
That's one from your nose.
It's an unpleasant thought. The two reds on the right-hand side are stopping in play off the loose red to the right of the pack. If he's playing around the back of the black, he's going to have to hit this really well. And he's hit it perfectly. Good shot. He's got all the shots, this boy, in the safety department. With 3 inches or 4 inches of pace, Ronnie O'Sullivan would have been in big trouble. This is what Ronnie's got. He can play the half ball safety shot there. He won't be playing the pot on that. He'll just play the half ball safety and a little bit of check side back into balk. But the check side's got the double kiss. Is it Ronnie's turn to have a bit of luck? I don't think so. I think he can get through to this red. What a bad mistake that was.
One.
Looks like the hair has just been spotted. Well, he obviously hit that a lot thicker than he wanted. Thinner, he probably would have escaped down the table. So, a chance now for Mark Selby to put Ronnie O'Sullivan firmly on the ropes. Now, amazing and quickly this game can turn around.
8.
I must admit we are all guilty of thinking that Ronnie O'Sullivan's going to win every match in every tournament he plays because he just makes
9.
the game look so ridiculously easy. But we've got to realise, and I'm sure this massive crowd are expecting, apart from the people from Leicester, of course, are expecting an O'Sullivan win. But he's playing against one of the best players in the world, and there's still quite a few players out there that are capable of beating Ronnie. There's
16.
at least half a dozen.
Yes, but on another
17.
day, with some of the shots we've seen tonight, Ronnie O'Sullivan could have walked away with his first session. A couple of bits of fortune from Mark Selby. Not too much wrong from Ronnie O'Sullivan, but where you've got to admire Mark Selby is
24.
how he's picked himself up here, and all of a sudden looks every bit the predator he was in his semi-final match
25.
against John Higgins.
This is amazing, wasn't it? In frame 9, we were talking about that Mark Selby's on the ropes and needed something to go in his favour. A little bit of good run went in his favour, and since then, he's now put Ronnie on the ropes. It is like a boxing
32.
match at the minute.
$33.
Ronnie perhaps under pressure in a different way. It was of Mark Selby's doing that he got himself under pressure. All of a sudden, other things have conspired to ask a question of Ronnie O'Sullivan in this match, and we know how well he can respond. First to 10.
38.
Still breathing room for both players. But 7-5 at the interval, Mark Selby would be jumping for joy.
$39.
To be absolutely safe, he needs to pot another 4 reds and 4 colours. Ideally, they'd be the ones in open play, so he's going to need one little cannon at some stage. Just wonder whether he'd rather be on the pink or black, I think, to go into those 4 reds. He wouldn't want to go into them from the blue.
46.
If he goes into them from the blue, he has to play it very gently, and he could push one safe and not push one over the pocket.
As a last resort, both reds go into the yellow pocket, but that is a last resort. I don't think any reds pot into
47.
the middle pocket. So very much dependent upon the angle here. He looks to be a little straighter on the black than he would have wanted. Screwing into these balls. It's a great shot, but it was never guaranteed, was it?
Yeah, the black was perfect to play it. I mean, he put all his eggs in one basket there and had to rely on a perfect kiss. Playing the black, he could have got away with a bad kiss and still been on something. But this red is still cuttable. And the fact that he's, in a position where he can win the frame at this visit, he's 34 in front, a red safe. This is worth the risk. And the risk has been rewarded. Has he got a good white? Not this time, so blue or any colour to red is going to be tough. He can consider himself a bit unlucky not to have a better angle on a colour than this. I don't know whether any of these 3 reds will pot. The brown's the best ball if one of them does. If it doesn't, he's going to have to play something else. He's playing the blue. Is he trying to screw up to hit them? That's what he's played, but the red's there in the middle just in case. It's a clever shot that. Played to kiss them, and if he misses the kiss, he's on the red in the middle. Good shot.
59.
Another very positive strike of the cue ball. How well did he get through that ball? Leaving the tip of the cue through the shot, guaranteeing good follow through. Now this red into the middle pocket. Possibly a frame winner.
60.
Very, very good. One more red needed. He's just checking, as you see that red disappear in the middle, he's just checking that the top red of these 2 is available. If it is without the kiss, this could be the frame winner. And obviously it must pot because he's played for it. This has been excellent from Selby. Frame 10,
67.
a break of 101. Frame 11, break of 89. This break of 67 and counting has been as good as those 2.
Nothing lucky about this. A mistake from Ronnie O'Sullivan. And Mark Selby pounces.
$68.
Now he's safe. You may see him decide to move the red off the cushion with the red, which you don't normally see, but You might want to go for the century. Clever shot.
74.
Doesn't have the angle to bring it into play even more, so maybe have to drop behind it into the opposite middle now. This is all about pace. Decided to play for it in the corner.
'81.
The last 3 frames, 280 pluses and 100. Top class.
'82.
Amazingly, in the 6 frames before this frame, Mark Selby's breaks have been 89, 101, 41, 53, 50 and 76. 2 of those frames he lost.
'87.
Yes, I've said many times on commentary, if you make a break of 40 or above in every frame, you'd be world champion. Well, you'd only be 3-2 in front
89.
if that was the case at the moment. Such is the standard. Lost 2 frames with 53 and 41, but obviously when you make this
92.
kind of break, it's impossible to lose a frame. This has been very, very good. Selby's 6th century of the tournament coming up in 2 shots' time.
96.
And he came here under a lot of pressure defending this title. He's never ever lost a match here at Wembley. And the way he's going, who's to say he won't lose this one?
101.
A lot of Ronnie fans, but you have to respect the ability of young Selby, the way he's played this evening.
107.
And I've got to say, they have respected him as well. A fantastic round of applause as he came into the room. They do really like this player, and a fantastic break.
Well, that was superb, wasn't it? O'Sullivan dominated the early part of this evening's session, but lost 3 of the frames. Back-to-back centuries from Selby. He goes into the interval leading by 7 frames to 5.
And nice to see James Caan there from Dragon's Den. Never miss it. Love that programme. Pretty good break-off shot here, but it's still tough to pick a winner, John. I know Mark Selby has had 2 century breaks in the last 3 frames, but we all know what Ronnie can do.
Yes, I think this first frame after the mid-session interval is very important. You say a good break-off, but I think there's a red that's cuttable into this left middle pocket here. I think what we've been finding this week with the break-off shot, that players have been playing at a little bit of extra pace to not leave one to the corner, but reds have been coming up past the blue spot, as this one did. He's missed it. But I think with regards to the game so far, I just think that Mark's probably just got the slight run of the ball. I think Ronnie's getting a little bit frustrated. He's not getting in amongst the balls as often, well, particularly as he did last evening against Stephen Maguire. So he's got to show a little bit of patience.
You can see the pot success rate there. Ronnie dropping below 90. That is the difference, and that is why Mark Selby leads by 2 frames. Yeah, the talk about the game of snooker dying. Just have a look around this Wembley arena. Absolutely fantastic crowd here. All very well behaved.
One.
But all getting involved whenever the players are producing the goods.
Yeah, well, there's been some terrific frames here. Not all about big breaks this game. A lot of tense frames. Played that nicely. Nicely on this red to the right corner.
3.
Black available into the opposite corner pocket.
Oh, that's got a heavy contact there. And okay, the red's gone in, but the white has pulled up a long way short of where it would have done without the kick. This is a tough black now.
Good recovery pot. And I think this red
11.
just past the black. He was unlucky there. Obviously, if it had had a nicer angle on the black, he could have gone right into the heart of that cluster and brought many reds into play. Just release one.
$12.
And now important. Easy enough yellow. Leave himself nicely on the red so he can get a good angle on the blue, you would think.
$14. $15.
The red at the back and to the right of the bunch might be available. In fact, it must be available the way he's left himself on the blue, because it's not the ideal angle to cannon into the pink, so it must go. And the way he's played it, he's overdone it. He wanted to be on it in such a way that he could pot it, open the reds.
20.
He can still do that, but it should have been a much easier pot. So key shot coming up here.
Yes, he doesn't want to be missing this one. Played it well.
21.
The black goes into the left corner, and although he's close to the side cushion, he only has to roll it in to be on the next red. I said Dennis only has to roll it in.
28.
Played a stun run through, and didn't he play that well? Striking down made the pot more difficult.
29.
As it so often happens, the mid-session interval can change
36.
things around. Mark Selby had bricks
37.
of 101, 89 and 114. So he didn't want the interval to come. He would have loved to have carried on. But this is a very good chance now to
44.
clinch this first frame after the mid-session interval and just be
45.
one behind. We could have an absolute classic on our hands here.
You see,
52.
52 ahead, still 83 available, so he needs 3 reds, 3 colours to make this frame safe. And
53.
it's a slight problem now. That's a little unlucky. He's just caught the red and he's left himself hampered on this black. This is tricky.
It was tricky, as you said, John.
Neil Sullivan, 53.
And he wrapped the table there with his knuckles, but he got a little bit of side on that, which you can easily do when you're bridging over a ball like that.
And I think that's what Ronnie's thinking at the moment. Every little rub of the green is going against him at the moment. You roll the red in, you couldn't believe you could kiss the red and leave yourself hampered like that. If he could have got his hand flat on the table, surely he'd have won the frame. But a chance now for Mark to get right back in it. Wouldn't envisage him winning the frame at this visit. It'll just be a case of trying to reduce the points.
One. Yeah.
Just looking at the angle, he's got to really screw back past those two reds to leave the two reds to the right. Well, what sort of angle has he got on this? Yeah, if he screws back, well, even if he was to catch the reds, he'd still finish on the other two.
Well, there's value here when he plays this red to the right corner to play a cannon on the red that's just near the right middle, because he needs these reds into open play if he's going to try and make this a frame-winning contribution. Played the cannon nicely. So that's one of the awkward reds in play.
Selby 9.
An unexpected miss from Mark Selby. And, well, the tension is really getting to both players here, you would have to feel. This is such an important frame. Ronnie to just get to be one frame behind. Mark Selby to open up a 3-frame advantage. This was pretty straightforward.
Quiet now, please. Let him concentrate. Be quiet.
Yeah. Quiet on the shots, good. You don't mind the noise in between shots.
1.
Good solid pot, perfect on the black, and the black is all that's required. Didn't win it in
8.
one visit, but boy, he'll be glad to get this frame on the scoreboard.
9.
Quick glance around at the
16.
scoreboard. I don't think Mark will bother coming back to the table, even if Ronnie misses this very difficult red.
16 and a frame.
Mark Selby signals to Jan Verhaas. He had a chance to get back into it. He didn't take it. That was such an important frame for Ronnie O'Sullivan, and that early break of 53 takes him just one behind at 7-6. There's one spectator will be pleased to see Ronnie winning that last frame surge from Kasabian. I think Willie Thorne said earlier he was a Mark Selby fan. He is in fact a big Ronnie fan. And his friend was just telling him that, who was listening on the headset.
Well, the break-off left the red to the corner, slotted in, played confidently to hold for a baulk colour. First chance to Ronnie.
4.
Normally you'd see Ronnie O'Sullivan go into the cluster, but that pink just separated from the reds. He may just play for the single red here. The one to the left of the black. So if he's thinking of going into him, he'll go into him off the black rather than the blue. As you could see there, that pink just separated,
10.
so it's acting as a blocker to the reds, but a chance to go into him here.
He really does play this shot well, but it's tough to split them from that position. You see, it's very, very awkward. And I don't think he's dropped on anything easy here.
17.
You got plenty of action on the cue ball, but it was always going to be tough.
Yeah, just hit the wrong red. The red he made contact with, the first one, wasn't the one he played. He wanted to hit the one to the left of it. Played it into the middle.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 17.
And he didn't pot it. And the cue ball has finished near the baulk line. Close.
I'm just wondering if he's going to play a very delicate screw shot here to pot that and try and hold for the black. It's a possibility. And knowing Mark Selby, he might just try that. If he can't do it off one cushion, he can do it off two. He tried it, but the reason he didn't finish on the black was because of the way he missed the red.
Yes, he'll be disappointed to have missed this. It was a half chance, and this match could be won or lost by who pots the half chances. So a bit of a let-off there for Ronnie.
Has to be very careful here if he comes down the right side of the table. I'll just show you what he's looking at. With being close to the cushion, it's so easy to misjudge that safety shot. And the red to the left of the blue, as we look at it, would be available if he doesn't get the correct pace on this. It's a little bit too much pace. Now what's available into this left corner? If there's anything available, it's risky. There's one long straight red, there's the one slightly to the left, but I don't think he's going to bother with them.
Yeah, it's a type of straight red though. If he stunned it in, he'd automatically be on the pink, but he's turned down quite a few this tournament so far. Decent safety. But there is a return to baulk for Mark Selby.
He can come down off that red, get him down behind the yellow. As long as he gets the correct contact. It's another red, he can play a similar shot. He might even be able to try and snick it in the right corner and find the same path. Played it well. There's very little to pick between both players in the tactical exchanges. They're both very good safety players. 84% versus 83%. That's close. And we're going to put up the tournament safety success rate, and Mark Selby just slightly ahead of Ronnie.
Well, that was a lot more difficult than it looked. Okay, he's not got a good length with a cue ball, but he'd be happy just to get back to the balk end. But an easy return to balk, and with his hand on the table, you'd feel that Mark Selby could play a better safety than the one that Ronnie's just played. And the way the reds are spread, whoever wins this safety battle could win the frame.
Might just pot in the left corner. He's playing the safety shot also, of course. Wasn't a bad effort. And he has covered that one that's finished close to the corner pocket. That's terrific. He's blocked off all the avenues. And with the reds open, Mark Selby's going to have to give this one a little bit of thought. And that's what he's faced with. You can see the reds, the right side of the table, but look where Ronnie put the white. Covered everything with the yellow to try and get down the left side of the table.
Yeah, just looking at Hawkeye's view, I'm just wondering whether it's one of those situations where you feel as though you're forced into a pot. The red closest to the left-hand cushion can be potted, and possibility of getting on the black. The reason I mention it is because there's no return to balk that is obvious, and if he can't get back to the balk end, can he get this safe?
I think he's looking at the other one, John. He's played a few of these type of shots. There is another red that'll pass the one near the cushion, that one there, and he might try to screw the white back into the balk area, but he'd be hoping to wobble this red in the jaws of the pocket if he doesn't knock it into the pocket, but he'll be screwing back with a bit of safety in mind. He's played it well.
Yeah, that was a great attempt, but I'm just wondering if there's a gap here for Ronnie to get through to this red to the left corner.
There is, John. He can get right through it. And there's that gap that John was talking about. Now, can he... If he could play a little cannon onto the red to the right there, he would stay on the black. And knowing Ronnie, he might attempt that. It was a possibility. He decided to stun round the back. It's not absolutely perfect, but he is on the blue. And if he can avoid the yellow, he can get back up to the reds.
Is he going to be on the red? He doesn't want to nestle on it. That's unlucky.
6.
And that's the type of things, it has to be said, that's been happening. And it's a test of anyone's patience.
This is risky because he's so close to the cue ball. He's got to get that cue out of the way quickly, otherwise he could play a push shot or catch the cue ball with his tip. So he'll be sort of stabbing at this and getting the tip out of the way as quickly as possible. That was a tough shot he attempted there.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 6.
Just detected a little bit of frustration there. I didn't think that was the shot to play. He was unlucky to finish there. But as I say, he's just desperate to get his hand on the table and start making breaks. And at the moment, the ball's just outrunning his way.
Yeah, just drops his head there when he's seen the position that the cue ball finished in. But that was a risky one. It wasn't a shot for nothing. He was leaving this chance.
1.
So there was an alternate shot. There was a safety shot for Ronnie, and I think that's the first time he's pushed the boat out in this final. How costly is it going to be?
Seven. Yep. 8. $15. 16. 23. 24.
Yeah, Ronnie was a
31.
bit unlucky. I thought he might have been able to screw off that red and get up behind the green. Maybe he couldn't, and that's why he took that risky one on.
32.
It's proving quite costly. Mark's dropped to provisional number 9 in the world. He started the season at world number 4. And the way he plays, he's definitely a top
38.
4 player. But certainly the way he's defending his title here, he should be in the top 4, you would have to say.
39.
Just had a shaky start to the season, but he's in full flow now.
Well, he didn't get the best of contacts there. I'm not certain that's what he played, but it's okay. He's developed
46.
the reg to the right middle.
Yeah, I think without the kick, he would have cannoned the middle of the 3 reds there. As you say, John, it didn't affect his position. He still has this one.
$47.
And if these two reds are available along the cushion, he's okay. And they are.
Well, has he gone a little bit awkward on this top red?
54.
He was playing from the red furthest away, and he's got to do a little bit of work with a cue ball here. This isn't that straightforward. .31 points the lead, so 2 reds, 2 colours still needed.
That was a little bit careless, wasn't it, to leave himself awkward on this red. He had quite a margin for error to leave himself with a nice angle.
.55.
He was expecting a bit too much with that. He was almost straight and tried to force the angle. So that one little careless positional shot. I thought he was going to screw it back, the same type of shot. And could have got a little bit better on the black there, John.
Yeah, well, maybe it was that straight. He was screwing back towards the opposite corner pocket. But it was a terrific chance, and unless he plays a risky black, but as I say, after the colour, he still needs another red and a colour. So the frame-winning chance, it appears, has gone for the time being.
Obviously, those two
Mark Selby,
reds are not a
55.
plant for the left corner. Otherwise, Mark wouldn't have played off the pink like that. But that was a very nice 55 break, but a lot of snooker left in this frame.
This is a tough shot. One of the toughest in the game, this. Well, once he missed the blue, it was okay, but there was always a danger of the pink or the blue being a blocker. Well played. I mean, the last thing, in an ideal world, Mark Selby would love to keep these reds as they are, but he's going to bring them into play, so he needs a good safety here.
I think he's going to try and keep 2 of them safe, John.
Yeah, be pleased with that. The red he played, he's knocked to the baulk cushion.
Couple of reds up the other end of the table now, and there was just one little shot there that this was the shot he played and left himself awkward on the red. Just a little lapse in concentration. Okay, just showing you there, if he pulled up a little bit short, he would have had the perfect angle. That's the only problem Ronnie's had with this new cue, John. I've watched the whole of the match. There's certain shots where he has to play with side, with it being a new cue. That takes a little bit of getting used to, and you play with side and it's totally different to your normal cue.
Couldn't agree with you more. That's the only thing to me. And with the long shots, of course, he's turned quite a few down. But, of course, when you're in the position he was in there, He had to play it with side to straighten up the cue ball, and he's caught the red too thick and left it on.
I mean, he has played unbelievably well, considering he'd only played for a few hours with it before the Masters started.
One.
No prizes for guessing where the cue ball's going to finish up here.
Mark Selby, 1.
You just got to hit and hope here. Didn't get close to it.
Foul. And a miss. Mark Selby, 5.
It's a bit like a trick shot he's trying, John, and the balls tend to bounce around on these thin cloths.
Yeah, and it's one of those situations, I mean, as you say, he was nowhere near, but he needs to hit it pretty quick because it's a tough snooker. I did think there was a possibility of coming off this top cushion straight up and down and trying to hit the red. He'll settle for that.
Well, that was quite amazing. That was one of those where you've just got to hit and hope for the best, and well, he couldn't have got much better than the outcome. That was quite amazing. You just haven't got a clue what's going to happen here. Just to play that shot, playing ball from this end of the table would have been tough, even if you could see it.
Yeah, I know what you mean, hitting the red direct. Now, I don't know whether he can get past the blue here to play this red that's in the middle of the baulk cushion. There you see it, 38 ahead, 43 remaining. He's still got a little bit of insurance, of course, the red on the baulk cushion, the red near the brown won't pot. So Mark Selby still favourite for this frame, but it can easily turn the other way.
Well, he's looking at this one past the blue. I don't think he can get through to that. He's gone round to have a look at the other end, but we can probably show you from this side he can't really get through to that. He's going to have to play the other one and possibly hit cushion first. But there again, he can't leave the white tight on that baulk cushion, or he'll leave the one potable along the cushion into the left corner. So he's playing this one, but he's having to swerve it around the blue. He may have fluked the snooker. Yellow covering one red, blue only partially covering this one.
Well, trying to kick this red up the table coming off the baulk cushion first. Got to be careful you don't knock the brown in.
Foul. And a miss.
Well, I didn't expect it to go that way because he didn't hit the red.
Mark Selby, 4.
That was a total misjudgment. He didn't even get near the red, and that was a strange one. The idea was right if he had have executed the shot correctly.
Well, there you see, 42 ahead. I'm just wondering about the referee's decision there. Why didn't he call miss? He didn't hit the red.
It's a good point, John. A very good point.
I know he knocked the brown in, but the red was the ball on. Miss should have been called there. And Mark Selby's not happy with this situation. He'd have certainly had the balls put back, or had a choice.
See, Mark, he can't relax here because he needs a colour near a cushion. I wonder if Mark's just thinking about that. It was a straightforward Mind, he could hit the other red, John, so maybe the referee was correct.
What? There was a red on and he didn't hit either of them. It's a miss. I mean, I thought for a moment maybe he just caught the red and then knocked the brown in, but the red never moved.
Well, we'll have to have a word with Jan about that afterwards, but yeah, I'm with you, yeah. Well, maybe the referee did call a miss, but I think the boys in the studio heard it. I didn't hear it in the commentary box.
Oh, well, if you did, Jan, I apologise. I never heard it. Well, we've had it confirmed that Jan Verhaas did call the miss. Well, it took a long time for Mark to decide, but in the end, he's not put Ronnie in any trouble here. Well, that might be quite nice for Ronnie. That's not bad at all. I suggest that Ronnie O'Sullivan, although a slim chance, is back in this frame. He's 42 points behind. There's 43 left on the table. The colours aren't badly situated, and he may get a chance here. This isn't a straightforward safety.
I don't know if he can get past the red to just nestle in behind the one near the cushion. If he's got the angle to do that, that's probably the only way he's going to escape from this situation. I mean, that is a possibility. I can't see any other escape for him. Is it hard enough?
Foul. And a miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan 4.
And that's a vital 4 points in Ronnie's favour, because now, I mean, before when he was 42 points behind, 43 left on the table, with the two reds he had to get blacks. He doesn't anymore.
Better speed this time.
Easy to snooker mark on the red next to the blue. He needs to get the one he's hitting safe. And he's not got the snooker on that one. He'd be disappointed.
Jan Verhaas, one of the most experienced referees on the circuit, makes very few mistakes, and as John mentioned, he did call the miss, so we would have been surprised. And that Ken Doherty in the studio has got some very good hearing, John, to hear that all the way down in the studio.
Wow, is it one of these where you play a little drag shot and try and get a snooker behind the blue, but you need to get it? That's what he's played. Well, he played it hard enough that he was going to knock the red safe. Didn't fully commit to the snooker behind the blue. But if he'd have played it any slower and not got the snooker, of course, he'd have left the red on. And Mark Selby only needs the red.
He's got a straightforward escape down the table, but he's got to be careful he doesn't push a red on here. And he's made a complete mess of it.
Well, that's remarkable, isn't it? I think he may have had a little bit of a result if Ronnie's hampered by the blue.
What about the left hand, though? This is incredible how useful the left hand is in this situation.
Still hampered, though. But boy, didn't he cue that well. If he's straight, well, he's got a nice angle on the blue.
It would be nice to get the black back on its spot, because the red's difficult, but at least to get from red to the black, if it was on the spot, would be much easier.
Couldn't agree with you more, Dennis, but can he get perfect on the red off this black? Can he get perfect on the red? Well, it's a tough red, this. It's a tough red, but what a frame this could be to win.
9.
Every chance now.
For a moment there, I thought he'd missed the red. It hit the cushion first, but it still went in.
16.
What a turnaround this could be.
I always say, Dennis, that the key
18.
to any clearance, even when the balls are on the spots, is brown to blue. It's so important on this occasion because he needs a good angle on the blue to get onto the pink that isn't on its spot and slightly awkward.
$21.
And the angle that he will leave on the pink is crucial because it's not a straightforward pot in the middle. It would be okay just to roll it
25.
in, but he's got to get on the black. So this now is the key shot. Got to be absolutely spot on.
A little bit straighter on the blue would have been better. He's going to have to, I think, come off the top cushion. So, as you say, crucial, he gets a good angle on the pink. So, Mark Selby now looking at the table thinking there's maybe a little bit of hope. I think when he played that poor safety and Ronnie potted the last red, he thought he'd blown this frame.
$30.
Not one of Ronnie's bests.
Well, to get nicely on the black, he'd have to take it up into the corner. And it's the corner he's going for. What a shot!
And what a frame to win. And he's won it. Well, Mark Selby will be kicking himself. What a chance he threw away there. Rocket Ronnie O'Sullivan flying to the changing room. He's delighted. We're all square again. 7-all.
Indeed, Ray, fasten your safety belt. I like that. Mark Selby's got a superb temperament, and I'm sure he will put that last frame out of his mind. The boys in the studio were talking about this pink, and you can't hit them any better than that. And look at the position. And wasn't he happy? Just watch this. Go on, my son. It is amazing, John, how many times at the Masters we've had a close finish. There's always something happens here.
Well, of course, we get the two players coming to the final. You expect them to be at the top of the game, and in the longer matches, you expect the luck to even out, so both players get their fair share of it.
And we did have a re-spotted black in the final frame here with Mark Williams and Stephen Hendry. That's the only time I can remember that in a major final.
Yes, it was a thriller that night, and this has got the makings of being a thriller. Terrific long pot, found the gap. Is he going to land on the brown or the yellow or even the green? He's on one of them.
He'd like to be on the brown, but can he pass the green? He can.
Five. Six.
I love snooker. I wonder, is he a Ronnie fan? Never know. Might be seeing that young boy playing in the Masters one year. I'm sure he's a
13.
keen player as well as a keen follower of the game.
Well, if he loves snooker, he'll be loving this match. That's for sure. But it's not all been about big breaks. We've seen some tremendous breaks from Mark Selby, but it's the close frames that have been so exciting. And not
14.
until the last ball was dropped have you had any idea who was going to win it. And I've always said that about snooker, Dennis. Well, we've always said, haven't we, that if a frame isn't won by a big break, then you're
21.
always, it's going to unfold and have a little story of its own, and the drama just builds.
22.
A couple of loose reds. Just depends how he sees this. I mean, Ronnie normally would go into the cluster, try to bring lots of reds into play. He's got a perfect angle.
Into the gap would be good.
$29.
Yes, and he found that gap. Just about get through to this. Now is he on the blue? He's perfect
13.
on the blue.
Started out the best of 19. We're now down to the best of 5 frames. Will it be the 3 times champion or last year's champion that lifts the beautiful trophy at the end of this final?
36.
That's that trophy I mentioned. Beautiful Waterford crystal. Look well on the bonnet of your car, that, John.
I can't help ever look at that trophy without reminding myself of Paul Hunter.
Yeah, he won it 3
37.
times, didn't he? Absolutely incredible achievement that was from Paul, who is very, very sadly missed still in the game of snooker.
And I think, Dennis, I might be wrong, but I think he was the last person to defend this
42.
title.
43.
Which, of course, Mark Selby's attempting to do this evening. He'll be fearing the worst this frame. Ronnie's in perfect position.
$50. $51.
These two stars
58.
had a fantastic battle in the final of the Welsh Open. Mark Selby winning on the deciding frame, 9-8, after Ronnie led 8-5.
Just gone awkward here. It's not a straightforward run through for the black, and if he played it, he'd have to play with quite a bit of right hand side on the cue ball. He'd like to stun back up the table for the blue, but the red that's next to the one he's potting might just get in the way. Got to be careful here.
That's what he'd like to play, but he can get close to canting the red. That's what's putting him off. He just needs to stun in round the back of that red to get over for the blue. And he's frightened that he just catches the red, but he's so good with his left hand.
59.
Okay, he's got the green, and he doesn't have to do a lot with the cue ball because of the situation of that red near the right middle.
$62. 63.
This blue to go 68 points in front with 67 remaining.
Well, winning that
68.
last frame really has spurred Ronnie O'Sullivan on.
$69.
The frame is safe. If he gets the cannon on the reds, a possible century on.
Will that do, Dennis?
He
75.
only left himself on all four reds with that split.
$82.
He has
83.
made 558 centuries in his career. He's the closest to Stephen Hendry's record, who's just over 700.
90.
This will be his 8th of this year's Masters.
91.
And I think it's the 31st, which has beaten the record of 26 centuries 2 seasons ago.
98.
He's already broken Stephen Hendry's record of centuries at the Masters.
99.
Fantastic. $107.
Nice to see him play a little exhibition shot there off the last colour.
110.
Now, how are you going to get on the blue, Ron?
He's not going to get on the blue,
110 in the
but he's not really bothered about that. That was a magnificent century break from Rocket Ronnie O'Sullivan, and he puts himself in the lead, 8-7, 2 away from victory.
How quickly a match can turn. It doesn't seem that long ago where Mark Selby looked good for 8-6, and now he finds himself 8-7 behind. Just a half-hearted attempt at the plan. The main objective was achieved. Get that cue ball near the baulk cushion. And as you say, it wasn't a plant. But once Ronnie O'Sullivan has come at the table and made a century break like he did in the last frame, it really puts the frighteners into his opponent. Mark's got to be careful here. He doesn't let him in again. And that will help. Terrific pot. Needs a good kiss on the green. Didn't get it.
Yeah, that was very unlucky there. That was a superb long pot, and he deserved a better cannon there when he came all the way up the table. Okay, he's got
Mark Selby
second
won.
prize, but easy to escape from. Unlucky not to finish on green or brown there.
Yeah, just come off the left-hand cushion. Maybe a trace of left-hand side. Just got to be careful. There is a red that's in the open. Doesn't want to leave that. And he's at the pink, so that's a little bit careless.
Mark Selby 6.
And a little bit pacey for me, but
that's Vicky still in the audience, Mark Selby's girlfriend. Yes, nail biting time for Vicky, but you know there's a lot left in Mark yet. He really is a fighter.
got it right second time. There didn't look to be much danger. Touching ball makes it an easy return to the ball, Ken. I mean, he'd love to get behind that green and brown again, but I don't think he's got the angle to play that. So trying to get near the ball cushion behind the green and brown, but not made the best job of that. Ronnie missed an opportunity there. He just hit that red too thin. He once again, that's the target that both players will be looking for, to get that cue ball behind green and brown.
Sometimes it's more nerve-wracking watching, and there's Ronnie's mum there. That's Jack on the left and George on the right, and Maria with her arms around them. They're family friends, and they must be very excited at the moment. Not too excited seeing Ronnie miss that red by such a margin. But I think he's got away with it somewhat there.
Well, I think he played it in such a way, in fairness, that the only red he could leave was the one he was playing. But as we've said about some of his safety shots from long distance, his long potting, he's still got to improve that with this cue. But it's a bit of a frightening thought for everybody if there's still some improvement left. And there's young Jamie. EastEnders. They've been bashing the balls around on the pool table, them lads.
Superb long pot from Mark Selby. Terrific cueing. He loves the big stage, doesn't he, Mark Selby? He says that he enjoys nothing better than being out playing in front of a crowd like this. Of course, this is the biggest crowd we have in snooker.
6.
Yes, and they're certainly getting their money's worth today. It was a little bit risky what Mark played there, but it couldn't have worked out better. This is a great chance now. Didn't have much of a one in the last frame. Would have kicked himself for not winning the frame before. But that's in the past, and if he can make a frame-winning contribution here, he'll only look forward.
14.
But the pressure's on.
15.
played for his choice of
22.
reds there, so he was highly unlikely to run out of position. The one into the right corner, he may have to play for the blue if he elects that. And that's his choice.
$23.
And if he leaves himself straight on this red that's near the left corner pocket, he's got very little to do to stay on the black. That's what he's lining up. If he finishes dead straight, he'll pot the red and leave the white near enough where the red is at the moment. So he's coming around to have another look just to make sure that he
Well, as you say, he's straight, but that red near the corner, I think basically what he's looking at is to see how he can cue without the brown hindering him. But he's had a good look, so he should be okay. Anything that stops you getting right down on the shot can affect the result of it.
28.
Now, has he finished straight? He has. Just leave the white there or just bring it back an inch or two.
29.
Don't bring it back too far though. Has he? Blocked it slightly. Well, that's a slight misjudgment. He's going to have to make this with a little touch aside, you would feel.
Yeah, I think he can just get through to it though. As you say, he may need a trace aside, which does make the black missable, but I think he can just get past the red here.
He had one earlier in the tournament, you know, where he thought he could pot the black and he got down and or he was trying to pot a red, go down and hit the black. It wouldn't go. And that's a bad mistake if he's overscrewed that, because if he had left the white where the red was that he potted, there wouldn't have been a problem. You see, he doesn't have to do a lot with the cue ball because the red that's on the cushion would be available. So if he bends it slightly, he'll still have a pot and a red. Well, we'll tell where he's cueing at the cue ball if he's bending it. Yeah, he's putting a trace aside. You've got the perfect picture there. Didn't he play it well?
$36. $37.
Yes, didn't risk the red along the top cushion. That was missable, and he's got a nice angle on this green now, just to stun down the right-hand side of the table for a choice of reds in the left corner.
I'm going to put a couple of circles up this time, anywhere near the two circles, and he'd be perfect. Has he got the angle on the green to get up there? That's okay, as long as it doesn't run too far. Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
40. $41.
Well, Ronnie O'Sullivan, the previous frame, put Mark Selby under a lot of pressure with that break of 110.
48.
Look how Mark Selby has responded. He's come up a little bit short here. He's going to have to just nudge the reds and hopefully leave pink or blue.
$49.
And now that's gone in, and he's on the pink. You wouldn't expect him to make a mistake, and this is a tremendous response. The disappointment of frame 14 when he should have gone 8-6 in front. But Ronnie was able to level at 7-all. Did nothing wrong in the last frame, didn't get a chance. He's had a chance this one and taken it well. So just the
It's 55.
Red and the blue needed.
$56.
$68 points to
61.
lead, 67 remaining, and this easy red to come.
62.
He won't be too bothered about
69.
just running out of position. He's done more than enough to draw level again.
Well, he played the cross double, it won't matter. I don't
69
think
in the
Ronnie
frame.
will bother coming back to the
Mark
table. He
Selby.
doesn't. Well, fair play, Mark Selby. What a competitor. We level again. 8-all.
Late night drama at the Wembley Arena. It's 11:15. We are now down to the best of 3. We started out the best of 19. Is it going to be 4 times for Ronnie O'Sullivan, or is this man going to defend his title? Fabulous match. He's left one out this time. And we know how good Mark Selby is at this type of shot. And there is a gap round the back of the black. He knocks a very high percentage of this type of pot in. That's what he's looking at. And he can just swing it over around the back of the black and reds.
One.
Absolutely perfect. Not only the pot, but the cue ball exactly where he wanted it.
As you say, Dennis, nice angle on the blue. It's just those 3 reds near the black. I'm not certain about their availability. He's playing for the red to the right of the pink. You would think, well, they'll have to go back up
6.
for the blue. As I say, it's these 3 reds that are just surrounding the black at the moment. I don't know if any of them pot. Until he gets the black into play, the pink's tied up. It's going to be hard work making a sizable contribution.
Yeah, they look to be covering each other. We'll find out now. He's coming round to have a look. Don't know if the middle red is available or not. There's one available to the right corner pocket, but well, there wasn't a red available. That's why he went into the pink.
12.
And the good thing about that split, he just about nudged the black into a potable position. So it's something to work on a little bit later. Back up for the blue.
13.
A little bit careless to have come straight. Well, it's a tremendous atmosphere here. And when people talk about it, and I think people keep referring about darts and how popular that's got, you know, I think the one thing I have with the darts is that I don't feel they get enough respect for the players, you know. I mean, snooker's got its own unique atmosphere. Sit there quiet, sometimes frightened to breathe.
I think they're doing the BBC darts. They tend to keep quiet while the player's on the shot.
That was the problem.
19.
If he'd have had a good angle on the blue, he could have got closer to that red, and then he could have got nicely on the next colour. You expect him to pop the blue, but he's a little bit to do with the cue ball. Right in the heart of the pocket. Now, it may be a possibility off this red to the right corner who'll play for the black
24.
in the same pocket. Well, deciding once again to go back up for the blue. Now, what sort of an angle can he find this time?
25.
A good one.
$30.
You always hear the
31.
boys in the studio and us in the commentary box talking about Mark Selby's temperament. Isn't that proving the case here? Playing Ronnie O'Sullivan on his home soil, and the crowd certainly appreciating what he's doing here also. They're a very fair crowd here at the Wembley Arena. The great Ray Reardon used to say, if you produce the goods on the
36.
table, the crowd will get behind you.
$37.
Once again, back up for the blue. And for the second time, perfect.
$42.
Still not perfectly placed. He's going to have to swing this and avoid canning into a red. Try and get around on the blue again. I think the blue's his favourite
43.
colour at the moment, John.
Well, that's the 8th red, and this will be the 8th blue, but this time he's not got a good angle. And he's got to go in and out of balk. And the next red isn't that obvious. There you see the angle. So it's all about line and length here. Whoa, if he kisses these two, this will be perfect.
48.
Is he on the red to the corner? He must be. He's having a look at the potting angle. If it had just drifted by those reds, he'd have been on nothing. He's okay.
$49.
From 5-all, John, the standard has been unbelievable. We've had breaks of 101, 89, 114, 53, 55, 110, 69. Amazing.
Mark Selby, 49.
And just when he was looking good,
Right, settle down, please.
he took his
Settle
eye off
down.
the pot. Was concentrating on the cannon.
Not for the first time this evening. Just when he looks as though he's got the frame under control, he misses unexpectedly. Does this red pass the black into the left corner? It does. He can play for the black.
One.
Now the big question now, when the black goes back on its spot, is it available? Because there's no blue to play for now. But I bet Ronnie never expected this chance. Wow. If he's played for this red,
8.
it's through the eye of a needle. The only problem is he'll have to go up for a baulk colour, I feel. I don't think he's got the potting angle on the red to the left corner to play for pink or, well, not the black. The black's doesn't enter the equation. So baulk
9.
colour it was. And when that cue ball starts travelling, it's all about judging the pace. So a good shot needed here.
$12.
And that's not the shot he needed, only a safety now.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 12.
Well, not quite exactly as played, because he was looking to get that cue ball close to the baulk cushion. And the red he played, he didn't want to go into the side cushion either, but as I say, I think Ronnie will be just pleased to still be in this frame. Mark Selby looked to have it won until he missed that easy blue.
That's always the danger. Has he covered it? Has he got a good cue ball? He might have to swerve around the green because he can't plant the red to the left of the pink onto it. Pink's in the way, so the swerve shot. He'll go towards the black with the cue ball if he pots it. Never easy to judge that type of swerve. Didn't he play it well? Still far from easy though.
3.
Yes, that pot on the yellow was a bit more difficult than it looked, or he made it look, considering he played it left-handed. Now, can he play the run through, cannon the red just through the left of the black? Didn't bother with that. No risk not being on a colour. 33 points behind.
I'm just wondering if the red next to the black is pottable. If the white was somewhere near the pink, would he be able to pot that red? We'll find out very shortly. Well, that is unusual. I just hope he
Ronnie
hasn't
O'Sullivan, 4.
taken a little bit out of the tip of the cue, which you can do when you miss cue like that. Well, at least he can force a little smile about it, but no foul shot because the white jumped and hit the yellow. It looks okay, that. No damage to the tip. The brown and green are a good target here.
Yeah, pretty good shot, but Ronnie can get through to this red on left-hand side. You just got to be careful. He'll be sending it towards the right corner. He doesn't want to kiss the yellow. He could leave it. Played it well, and what a good line, and what a good length. What a good line and length that is.
Well, that was a fantastic response from this crowd, from that very good snooker that Ronnie played.
We keep looking at the audience and you can see the delight on the faces. They're really enjoying this one. And why not? This is snooker at its very best.
And they know the importance of this escape that Mark's going to attempt here. No matter how much you look at it, you just got to rely on a little bit of good fortune. You never know where they're going to finish.
Could have been worse, but he's left the red to the left centre.
That wasn't easy. He only needs the red. There's Mark Selby. He's got one to the left middle. He's debating about whether to play the snooker in behind the yellow, but I think he's got to take the red to the middle. He's going to need a color off that red that I mentioned. Vicky would like to see the red disappear and the color disappear.
One.
Wow, a little nudge would have been better. The yellow will do. $34 the difference. So any color. He feels the brown slightly more easier than the yellow. Yeah, I think the yellow's a slightly easier pot. But he's still going with the brown, but has he changed his mind? The way he was looking there, it looked as if he was going to play the snooker. But he's surely got to cut the brown in. Playing the pot. He's missed it. He's missed it.
Mark Selby, one.
And he hasn't covered it. I really did think that Mark might have taken the yellow. The blue is the only one that could come to his rescue. The green's not going to be straightforward because of the brown over the pocket.
Got to play the black off the red to be able to win this frame by 1 point. But to do it at this visit, well, is very, very difficult. But what a chance Mark Selby has missed there. Will he live to regret another frame that he looks certain to win?
8.
There is a path round the back of the black here to leave the green for the left corner. If he can judge the angle, he can swing the white off 2 or 3 cushions. Looks good to me. There's the 3rd cushion
10.
coming up.
A little bit further away from the cushion would have been ideal, because he's looking for the angle on the brown to try and disturb the blue, or a worse way, drop behind it. Well, they look happy enough. I suppose they are, just for Ronnie to have a chance in this frame. It's white that has looked all over for the
13.
Selby camp.
Is he going to risk leaving a possible double on the blue? I don't know if he's got an angle to get up close to the blue, to leave it up into the right corner pocket. Let's have a look. It's tough when the brown's so close to the pocket to control the cue ball here. This isn't easy. So it's the blue up the cushion.
17.
And this is a tough shot.
Well, he's giving himself a good chance. That was a tremendous shot on the brown. Mark Selby can't look. No.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 17.
It was never going to be easy. A pretty straightforward safety shot for Mark here. A little thin one off the blue wouldn't be a bad idea. You got to keep quite a bit of distance. It looks as if he's trying to get the snooker here.
Well, he took the chance. Ronnie needs to hit it, no problem. Can he get it safe? He can get it safe. Good hit, and I was with you, Dennis. I think he had a rather played thin off the blue and left quite a bit of distance between cue ball and object ball. Mark Selby did have a look at the potting angle on this blue, but surely it's too dangerous to take on.
Well, he's back looking at that angle again. And if he feels it's tough to get it safe, he's going to have a go at it. He definitely looked at the potting angle. Where's the cue ball? It's okay. It was a thin contact. But Ronnie has a chance of getting around behind the black, but it's imperative you keep the blue safe.
And it's this type of long distance shot with side that has been catching him out occasionally. That blue is too close to the corner pocket. How's the cue ball? The cue ball has sneaked past the black. So Mark Selby has a good look at the blue. The blue for the frame and a 9-8 lead.
Be quiet now, please. Let him concentrate.
And he's just got to be a little bit careful that he doesn't get a trace aside on this, otherwise the white will head towards the right middle pocket. The natural shot won't take it into the middle pocket if he pots it, but any trace aside and he'll head over towards it. Vicky doesn't want to look at the table. You can't blame her. If the blue doesn't pass the pink, He's got away with it. If the blue passes the pink, he can just roll it in.
Well, I've just had a look at Mark Selby's body language. I think this blue passes the pink. It's a tough one, though. It's a tough one, and he's not perfect on the pink. The pink's just as difficult, but nothing to do with the pink. He pots the pink, he's on the black. As Mark Selby thrown away another frame.
The pink's there.
11.
What a frame to pinch. Mark Selby had a break of 49. He looked an odds-on favourite to take this frame, but it's Ronnie O'Sullivan who does take that frame, and now he only needs one to win his 4th Masters title. So for the 3rd time, Mark Selby gets frame 18 underway. Pet hate of all snooker players when you catch the balk colour and knock it safe onto the cushion. And it's left a possible pot for Mark Selby. It's a Mark Selby special that he's looking at there, but there is a tremendous amount of tension in this arena. Can he pull this off? A little bit too hard that time. He's knocked a high percentage of that type of shot in, but that time he just seemed to hit it harder than he normally does. So first chance to Ronnie O'Sullivan.
1.
He wanted a better angle on the black to go into them this time, but he
Settle
can't
down now, please.
because of the red in the open to the left of the bunch. He would have loved to have had an angle to split them, but he can't do it this time.
Was he on this red? That's exactly what he played. Screw off the side cushion, hit the pink, leave a red to the right corner. He's got round pretty quick. He's on it. Super positional shot.
9.
There's an interesting spectator on the right, Stephen Lee. It was only 12 months ago. He was in this final. And that's come out. Well, I was going to say nicely, but now that cue ball's gone close to the
16.
cushion. The problem is you can't do a lot with the cue ball, so he needs a good potting angle on the red, and I'm not certain he's got one.
No, he took the chance because of the red that is just to the right of the black. That was always going to be available, but the fact he's gone close to the cushion now, both reds that he's looking at are very difficult. What a shot this is he's taking on.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 16.
Has he got away with it, or does that red pass the black? I think he might have been rather fortunate. I'm not quite sure. Even if it passes the black, not easy to get good position. That was a very risky one that Ronnie took on. But he felt, if I get it, I've got a good chance. But He's played it well.
One.
Well, as it turned out, he didn't have to do a lot with the cue ball, just roll the red in and be on the black. What a chance.
Isn't it amazing, John? Early on in the match, Ronnie wasn't taking that type of risk on. He was tucking him up, wasn't he?
Absolutely, I was going to say that just after he played it. He was keeping it very tight. But
9.
now, Mark Selby has got to make the most of this opportunity to square the match and take us into a decider.
Vicky is shaking her head, John, and quite
16.
rightly, because she knows that he may have run out of position there. I think he has. That was a slip up. Now he's looking at the possibility of a plant, but look at the distance between the reds. You don't want to be taking that on at this stage.
Yes, I know there's a lot at stake here, but that was a little careless to run out of position as he's done here. Now, is he looking at this plant, as you say? This is it. He just flicked past the red that he wanted to make contact with. If he'd have caught the other red full ball, he'd have opened the reds and been on a choice of reds.
He's looked a couple of times at that very, very difficult plant. If it was early on in the match, you might think about it, but he's got to tuck the white up, get it down on the ball cushion, and keep himself in this year's Masters, a title that he's defended so well.
Yes, I don't think now's the time to take any undue risk, particularly as at the point of no return. His next mistake could be his last, so safety it is. So both players have had chances.
16.
They've not made the most of them. And the points are level, 16 points each.
Terrific safety shot from Ronnie there.
Ronnie desperately having a look to see if Mark can get past the green.
Everybody's had a look there, John.
It's so important. If Mark can't get past the green, this is a very difficult shot he's got to play.
Well, there's all three having a look to see.
Hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil.
We're just 1 minute away from midnight, and the tension is unbearable out in the Wembley Arena.
Well, if Hawkeye is to believe, he can't get past the green to hit this red direct. So this is a very tough shot. He can get through to hit the red on the left-hand side of the table, but there's no return to balk there. And these reds are spread, as far as Mark Selby's concerned, in a very dangerous manner. If he made one mistake here, this could be his last shot in defence of his title.
Well, it looks as if he's coming off the top cushion to just glance off the red. This is tough. Where's the red going? It's gone safe.
His title was hanging by a thin thread. It still hangs there. He couldn't have wished for a better result than that as we just go past the midnight hour, as Wilson Pickett would have said.
Well, as Ken Doherty has been saying in the studio for quite a few days, it's nice to see the big breaks going in, but this type of snooker is so exciting also. Both players had chances in this frame, both players only making 16.
Thick on the safety. So he's not found the baulk cushion. But I don't think there's a pot for Ronnie to go at. Once again, not the best of safety shots, but is there a pot that Mark can play as a shot for nothing? You wouldn't fully commit to anything this distance, but with hand on the table, you'd expect him to play a better safety shot than that and get that cue ball close to the baulk cushion. Oh, is he going to kiss the yellow? Just drifted by it.
It was a pretty positive shot there. He did try to develop the black. He just knocked it further along the cushion, but that's what his intention certainly was there. You've got to be a bit careful if you screw back off this one, Ronnie, that it doesn't send something back up the table again. Use the jaws of the pocket to hold it up here. And he didn't quite do that, so the red did come back up. He caught the middle pocket jaw rather than the corner. He was playing this up into the corner pocket and just caught the jaw of the middle. Similar type scenario here for Mark Selby. He can get the white back towards the brown. He's got to make sure he doesn't push anything on up this end of the table when he sends this red up into the top end of the table, because you'd think the red's going to cannon into something.
Good white. Ronnie O'Sullivan with a bit of a problem here. Player view. I just wonder if there's any red he could possibly try and pot his way out of trouble, but I can't really see one. So in playing this, he's just got to be careful of the double kiss here on this red. Got to be careful of the double kiss. Oh, and he just avoided it. Good shot. That double kiss was on, and he just managed to avoid it. And he's got it safe.
I will just show you how close the red came to the cue ball. Ooh. Ronnie's Mother Maria and family friends are now in the arena now. They've left the players' lounge. They're right up at the back in the gods. Will they be able to come down from the gods after this frame? Or are we going to get a decider? It's all fascinating stuff. There's only the green to play behind now. Brown and yellow off their spots. There's one possible red, but it doesn't look very inviting. One into the left corner. And there you see it. You don't want to be taking that on at this stage.
But it begs the question, Dennis, is there an alternative? I don't think there's a guaranteed safety, so he may just elect to go for this red. If he pots it, doesn't have to be on a colour, he can always play safe. But he's taking the pot on, and of course, needs to get it. Boy, he threw the cue at that one, and if he gets away with this, he'll be very, very fortunate, and I don't think he has.
No, John, I think the red passes the green. There's a couple of times he's had a go, and I think it's adrenaline and pressure. He's just hit them that bit too hard.
Tried to do too much with that. Should have made certain he potted it, stun it in, as I say. Even if you don't finish on a colour, you could play safe. So this is the big chance for Ronnie to win his 4th Masters.
One.
The tension builds in the Wembley Arena. It's not an easy chance just yet. Pink up the other end of the table. Black not ideally placed. Reds are okay. Will he try and do it with blues, or will he try and get on the difficult black? He's had a look at the black. Play for the blue this time, but he's already a few shots ahead.
Five.
One of the earlier frames, Mark Selby, I think it was, John, had 8 reds and 8 blues. Will Ronnie stay on blue?
Ten.
He didn't get on that blue quite as he should have done here. He should have been better on this red. Going to screw off another red and didn't find the right angle on the blue, so Ronnie, first couple of positional shots, not what he wanted. Still not perfect.
16.
Played it well.
17.
But he's finished straight again, so he's having to work so hard for these, and he's going to have to find another good shot when he leaves himself on the red into the left corner pocket. If he just screws back, well, he's going for the slightly more difficult yellow to avail better position.
You just get the feeling that he's not going to be
19.
bothered about the black. He'll be back up for the blue.
Sure. Yeah.
Or a bought colour. I mean, normally when in the middle of a match you see Ronnie immediately trying to get position on the black, but that black is missable. And I think they've got everything crossed. Fingers, legs, everything. And at the moment, their man is favourite.
$20.
Mind you, when you get down to this stage, it's amazing what can go wrong, but the ball is firmly in his court.
Now this time, he could probably play
25.
for the black. Will he risk the tricky black along the top cushion?
Yeah, he has got very little to do with the white to get on the two reds. So, yeah, this is
26.
key shot. Just drop this in, and those reds will be available.
You made it sound very easy, Dennis. But in it goes. Now, where does the black go? It may not go on its own spot. It may go on the pink spot. No, it goes on its
33.
own spot, and it's available.
$34.
What a final. Well, he's got one hand on the trophy.
41.
Mark can't do anything about this now.
42.
It looks like his fourth Masters title now.
49.
Yes, only the red needed to leave the defending champion needing
50.
at least a couple of snookers. You can see the delight on this packed audience's face. What a defence though he's put up. And I'm certain he'll rue the
55.
chances he's had a few times to put this match to bed, but that's the game of snooker. You get your chances if you don't take them. And the towel goes in. Mark Selby concedes. What a defence he put up. But Ronnie O'Sullivan, he came in with a cue that he'd never used before. But it didn't stop him. He played absolutely brilliant, particularly in his semi-final. He had to dig really deep in the final here against Mark Selby. Let off the hook a few times, but he came through. He's shown his character. He's not only a great potter break builder, he's a great competitor. And Ronnie O'Sullivan wins the Masters for the fourth time with a great victory, 10 frames to 8.
See you in a minute, okay? Mark? Well, you've played your part today in one of the best matches ever seen in a Masters final. Well played, Mark Selby.
Thank you very much.
There was a lot of effort went in today's match. A lot of games could have gone either way. Tough one to take, I should imagine.
Yeah, it was, but also at the same time, I mean, I've come here, obviously, defending champion, and to get to the final half team was a great feat for me. And obviously, if I'd have gone on to beat Ronnie in the final, it would have been like a dream come true, and you couldn't really have wrote the script. But like you say, I lost a couple of scrappy frames and probably should have pinched a few more and ended up losing some big frames, and obviously that cost me the match.
But all in all, a good week.
Yeah, very good.
Well played, Mark Selby. Ronnie. Well done, mate. Well, that was a tough day, wasn't it?
It was always going to be tough, and I need to cue well and pop clean balls to kind of compete with Mark. I forgot his name for a minute now. But because in the safety and his awareness around the table, you know, a lot of the frames were tight, and I wasn't getting any rhythm going, in a bit of the game there, you know, I wasn't really getting much run of the balls either, and I was fighting my emotions all day really, and then I found a bit of form, and I was just pleased that I was able to compete towards the end of the final. Cause such a great crowd here, and you know, we're both. It was nice to finish it off with decent snooker as far as I was concerned, and the biggest thing I can't believe is that, you know, with a new cue, that's the best achievement I've ever done in snooker.
But you know, you got a new cue before you come here. Did you see that as a challenge? You know, I've got a tournament to play with a new cue.
Not really, because I mean, it's a nice cue and all that, but there's certain shots that I'm just not comfortable with. And but it was the best of what John Paris could offer me at the time, and he'll have to get back to work and get me one that I'm really happy with. So, but you know, my friend who's in Bali, he can have that cue as a present because he's been good to me, and that's a little present for him.
But today, I think it was persistence as well, wasn't it? Lots of frames could have gone either way. Frames you were behind, and you kept going, kept plugging away. Well,
you need heart, you need determination, you need desire, as well as having ability and all that. And I needed that today. I needed to be resilient, and I love winning. I love it, you know, and I was just competing. I was just trying to compete all day because Mark's, you know, a fantastic player. He's won so many tournaments now that it's a 50-50 match now with me and him and a lot of the top guys. But I'm just pleased to have come out on top, and I love it.
Well, congratulations. Well played, Ronnie. Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Ladies and gentlemen, to make the presentation, please welcome World Snooker's Commercial Director, Miles Pearce. The magnificent runner-up, receiving the silver medal, the jester from Leicester, Mark Selby. And the winner, receiving the trophy and the title, Masters Champion 2009, the Rocket, Ronnie O'Sullivan. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Fourth Masters title for Ronnie, with a cue he only picked up a week ago. Stephen Andrews got 6. Ronnie now moves second in the order of merit as far as Masters titles is concerned. And his mum there to congratulate him. A sensational performance with a new cue, which he's given away, so he needs another one. John Parrott, Steve Davis and Ken Doherty with me. Steve, just put this into context for us, please.
Well, I think Ronnie O'Sullivan put it into context when he was talking to John Parrott. I don't think I've ever seen Ronnie O'Sullivan as animated and as happy after winning. Sometimes when he's won, he's been down. But I think it was a fantastic achievement, and he knew how well he had to fight in that match today against a fantastic Mark Selby. What a standard of snooker. What an advert for snooker. How exciting.